Okay. Welcome to the Circle Jerk with Master Bairer. It's yet another rebrand of my stream. It's the rebrand of the masturbating session. And joining me today is Dave Meltzer's source, Vendor the Wolf.
Well, I should have my last name.
Sorry. So yeah, you go by Fave Okami or Fave Wolf Storyteller.
It fair comment.
You will always be Fender the Wolf to me. The Bane of Critical Geek and One Dragon. And who else? Call of Duty?
Yeah.
Orphans, Orphans worst nightmare. Okay. Gias has to look under his bed to see if you're there. Okay. So, what are we talking about, Wolf?
well, the fake view and dumb monster shit.
I didn't fill you in on that part, but yeah, we're going to be talking about AEW Full Gear that took place in my country yesterday or around Sunday, in Wolf's country around Saturday, and it was like a rough week. And I know that I've talked about it in my last stream or maybe a stream before that. Hold up a second. I think we might have a new guest, but yeah. So, like it, like AEW has been like a had like a rough road with all the controversy surrounding it, like the whole press media scrum, and then on top of that, what happened afterwards, the fact that this show just like started sucking,
Yep.
and then on top of that, yeah, like the show just like starts sucking.
Way back.
Like there's a lot of empty seats around there. Most of the top guys left, and it was total non-stop Jericho, as Brian last puts it. And
He Jericho idea. So it's all not wash. We aren't chefing no more.
hmm and Um, Before, like, because we're waiting for someone else to join, and I'll link his channel after I'm done with the whole stream. I also need to put fucking tags in there. I've just like became super lazy. But I was going to say that while we were waiting, we are waiting for Natsu. Let's just like talk about the whole road up to there. We'll talk about the punk thing after the whole thing's done. I don't think full gear review is going to be that long, simply because a lot of these matches I didn't even give a shit about watching.
I get ship
And
out. uh,
hmm?
Well, I get ship out a best day. Best day more fun than wrestling. The wrestling suck. The wrestling they're doing.
and it's all like all of a lot of this is done by Dave Meltzer. He's making it look like these are like not normal people around there. And when he's challenged, he's backtracking and backpedaling and saying, "Oh, it's just a figure of speech." But we'll get to that later.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, like that. See, CM Punk is a monster. He don't give a shit about dog. He hate dog. He want to kill them. He tied a dog on a motorcycle.
and like that is like a thing. Like before we get to that, Punk was gone, and that's a real bummer. He's gone. I don't think he's leaving, because if he's leaving, he would have been let go a long time ago. I don't think the whole uh no compete contract would be such a hold up. I thought it would be something like an NDA, but it's a no compete contract. According to Dave, But yeah, like while he's gone, his absence is like felt really badly. And I've been called a Punk fan, and I'll admit that I am. But I am also like looking at it from a what do you call it, a
Business
neutral
side,
perspective. Huh?
neutral special.
Yeah. And while I'm going to that, I'll also like say I think I don't know if I said it in my previous stream, but Punk was very unprofessional. He, like, when you think about it long term, maybe he should have kept his run to Cold Cabana, because he's the one that started a lot of these things. Hangman's Page was like the one who started this domino effect, but it's not the promo itself, but more like Cold Cabana. I
Yeah,
don't know, I can't pronounce his name.
yeah,
But if he kept his rant to that, and like a lot, like he wouldn't be in this situation where there these like ridiculous theories are even put out. And a lot of these people like Jericho and everyone else would have that much power. I could dream. So he was unprofessional. I still believe that it wasn't unprofessionalism that is not warrant. Like, I don't think it's not unreasonable for him to be that way. In fact, he's actually the most sympathetic figure right now in this entire situation, because a lot of these people have started this, like, what do you call it, smear campaign.
yeah. Slapping him, make shit up
And
about.
make Yeah, they're exaggerating it. They're putting out or still continuing to push false narratives that are being disproven. And the fact that a lot of these things didn't fall in line with the things that were said before. And I'll get to the whole thing much later, but yeah, like he was absent, his presence was felt, like his like lack of presence was felt, because a lot of these was only being carried by MJF, who's like, yeah, like the real star of the whole thing. And even though he's like, but even he's not perfect, he's given bad material. I i said in my, what do you call it, last stream, I don't know if it was all out, but I said that it was a huge mistake. Not like it wasn't a huge mistake, but I like the whole layout of that whole program, where MJF got that win, and I don't think he needs to be competitive and earn that casino. He's like the evil guy, he's like the heel. He'll always take shortcuts no matter what. So the whole thing fit, but it doesn't matter how one thing ended up. It matters how it just went on forward, and how it went forward is completely undesirable. First of all, another faction is never a good thing in AEW. If these were just hired guns for MJF, I would have been fine with it for one night. But then they just kept on coming and coming, and you know what? They have like a lot of nice guys there too, like Stokely.
Yeah,
He can talk, but what does he have right now? He's given this another weird faction that has like what, low level guys and big Cass in their group.
yeah,
And like big Cass is like a $2 version of Kevin Nash. At least Kevin Nash may not have a personality, but he can at least draw. He's a complete douchebag the way he comes across, but at least he's entertaining to look at. Maybe I shouldn't say charisma. He's a charismatic heel.
he now
And
he now he got pound bomb and he looked like a champion.
better yet, he could draw.
Yeah,
Like, maybe not anymore, but he drew a lot in WCW, even though his WWF run was in question. But and I don't like Kevin Nash either. But between him and Kevin Nash, I would have preferred Kevin Nash. And then it's just Stokely, and like then there's like the Cold Gun Boys, like Billy Gunn's sons, and they're fine. I've not seen much of them a lot, but they're fine. And then there's like a bunch of low level guys. I don't even remember the name. Ethan Page. I can see something in him, but how he's been utilized. You think he's going to be like a top level guy in that company? I don't think so. And like the whole company is in shambles. A lot of these people, like there's this whole group is like, and I hope like they're completely discarded because they're doing nothing to make their show any good. And I was worried that MJ is going to continue to stick with them, which I hope that is continuing to not be the case. Who do we have yet? Like we don't have anyone. Um, the whole Jeff Jarrett feud, and I like Jeff Jarrett, but Jeff Jarrett is not that like. I know Cornette is singing his praises, and I love Cornette, but and he could work, but Jeff Jarrett is not someone you should like. He's not a valuable addition unless he's a backstage role, and he has like an office job where he's helping with the creative. I could get that. He can come up with good ideas, and his and Tony can like mesh really well. But Jeff Jarrett as a wrestler, Jeff Jarrett as a business development guy, are you? No, I. That's terrible. The Orange Cassidy is a bit of he's a tired joke. He's still doing this shit, and he just won the what do you call it, All Atlantic Championship, and it's basically a meaningless belt. Even before he got that belt, there's literally nothing on that program. Like the only thing that is in the program a lot is Chris Jericho, and I can't even say the six-man tag team championship because since its inception, which is like 2 months ago, how many times has it been defended and how many times it mattered? Can can you tell me when was the last time like that championship was defended? It's literally just another belt. And I was never in favor of a trios title, especially considering the fact that it's yet another belt. It's literally a waste. You could have done a lot without the belt. It doesn't not every division needs to be exist. Six trios to one is like the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen.
Uh,
A lot of these people can't even have a match like that. Sorry,
They
Wolf.
they copy they copy Lucha idea. Man, Lucha on around that show. They had three tile Lucha three tile. It
Hmm.
that worked. Yeah, that good idea. That only worked for Lucha. Here it don't work. The U.S. It's stupid. That only worked that style Lucha. But
I'm not. Go
Tony,
ahead.
Tony Khan think, oh, that good, that look cool. Man, I tried that on right here. But people look at it, it's stupid. People don't
The
know.
whole
Listen, shit. Yeah,
the whole tournament didn't even draw that much. And the on top of that, like besides the whole tournament thing, it's the fact that what does it contribute? I wouldn't even recommend it even if it took place in WWE, and WWE had better faction than this. You can argue that like Usos and the other guy that came from NXT, what was his name? Solo Silcoa.
yeah.
They should be trios champions or Sami with like Sami Zayn and something. You could argue that Finn Balor's group needs to be there, but like I wouldn't even recommend that. But in AEW, it's even more egregious because there's nobody on that level. The only ones on that level is the elite, and I'll get to them when I talk about their match. But it's literally them, and it's that triangle, and that Orange Cassidy, and who else is there who can be viable for a trios championship? Like, you can't go like this. And we can all talk about House of Black, but it needs to be left alone. Malachi needs to do his own thing. His whatever he's doing is not working.
Yeah.
I when he left for a while, and I feel like multiple people like Sean Ross Rap, Sean Ross Sapp, the like that fucking guy who has like an ultra thin skin. He reported on the fact that like he's going to WWE. He didn't say that outright, but he said that he definitely said that he's leaving AEW, and he didn't even have the fucking guts to apologize that yeah I got it wrong. And like that, like Malachi Black had to like do a stream just to debunk that. And then he said, well, I could just like talk about how he want to go to WWE, but I won't do that. Like, bitch, fuck off. He's
Well,
another. He's like a quieter Dave Meltzer.
well,
But
well. Be fair, Mordecai Black caught it himself on there. Jim caught Jim. Put that Jim say, "Boy, Black caught himself." The that.
well, Malachi Black could be like I could not like I'm not going to say that like yeah like he always peaked when he was in NXT, no question about that. But why would he leave this company that he just like joined, and these people had no legitimacy? Like he had like a longer term contract. Why would he just like say, what, boss, I have this mental health issue, I want to let go of my contract? Nobody's going to allow that. And then like the fact that what do you call it, Sean Ross Sapp could have like, even if he like, I could understand if he reported on it and was wrong. And like all journalists tend to be wrong. The best thing to do is not follow those sources anymore.
Yeah.
The best thing to do is like admit you're wrong and just stop with it. You don't fucking say, "Oh well, I was right," and well, this is what he's a retard.
Okay, I see.
I had hmm?
Mm, well, what about the what the Watcher said hate to you? He be did to you. The Watcher,
He got harassed. Like Malachi Black said that he got harassed by a bunch of these people who said he's like a traitor or something.
but he did show proof of that Jim Point. He did show proof of that.
Well, Malachi Black didn't even say he's leaving. He just said he's taking a time off, and it was a story perpetuated by Chandra Sapp, and Chandra Sapp is another guy who at first I believed in, but then I looked a little bit closer, and he turned out to be wrong about everything. And instead of apologizing, he's like, instead of just like being good at his job, he doesn't want to do that. He keeps doing this, and he's sending his attack dogs on other people. He's a hopeless case.
Oh, I didn't know he said tactile. Tactile. He said that tactile people.
Yeah, he does this on a constant scale. He
Oh,
gets his readers to go at people. It's a whole thing. But yeah, like Malachi Black is returning, and but the trio title is just like a horrible position. It should never be a thing. The tag team championship is ended up winning by Acclaimed, which is basically AEW's way of apologizing. Hey, we fucked up there, so like you can get the belt again. And John Moxley is a three-time AEW World Champion, and a multi-time AEW World Champion would have meant anything if it was just two. He never
you
should
may
have.
you may Brock Lecter, John Moxley. That I call him. He
No,
virtually.
that is Chris Jericho. That is Chris Jericho.
I don't
He's
see.
he's like, hmm?
I don't see. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. John Moxley more tested in our company. He tested Jet need you Brad nothing on him a win.
Well, John Moxley's third title reign came from an understandable point. It's literally damage control. They lost Punk. Jericho would have been like a horrible choice. Brian Danielson winning the belt just to lose it to MJF. As much as I would love to see him win a championship, Like John Moxley's the more logical choice because he could be like what do you call it, a transitional champion. But I wouldn't mind him winning the belt if it weren't for the fact that he ended up winning it on the second time. And the second time was literally the worst thing you could do about selling a pay-per-view because you literally saw the money match that is CM Punk versus John Moxley happen in free TV. John Moxley squashed CM Punk, so how can you see CM Punk possibly beating John Moxley again?
That's a good
Oh,
point.
because they're in Chicago?
Okay, yeah, good point.
Like, John Moxley winning the belt again is not an issue, especially after everything that happened. But John Moxley winning the belt for the third time is an issue because he just won the belt, lost the belt, and ended up winning it again, only to lose it again. That is dumb. But yes, the second reign shouldn't have been happened. This should have been Moxley's second reign. But ignoring that, that is your pay per view. Like the main event, the whole selling point is one where they're teasing MJF as a babyface, and John Moxley and like the whole feud is not even the focus. Hangman basically stepped in, basically waved and got concussion. The firm is a bit of a joke, and they're doing this like thing with MJF where he's turning a babyface. And you know what? I'll also own up to one thing. I said I would love to see a feud between a babyface MJF and heel Punk. You know
Sure.
what? I don't think that was a good idea.
He, tro- he
Wait,
trolled you. He
wait,
trolled.
hold on a second. So you guys already reviewed the whole thing, and I just came in late, or what?
No, no, no,
What's
no,
up?
no. We were waiting for you, so we were just like previewing. We were going over
Oh, okay, got you. Yeah,
what I,
well, I'm here, guys. My name is Shaz. If you guys don't know me.
and I'll link your channel after the stream. I thought you wouldn't show up, so I was like, I'll just link both.
Bruh,
I'm too lazy.
you okay? Hold on. I gotta talk about this. I don't care if it's live. I don't know if it's live. Whatever. I just like literally wake up and this guy tells me, "Hey, you want to be part of a podcast? Like, usually you tell me ahead of time. I was like, okay, hold on, let me get ready. And I got ready and I came out.
Well, I have work too. I had to work too, and I'm like, I think around today I got like a late notice where I'm going to start out late, so I have like plenty of time to sleep. So I was like, I'll just do it today. I wouldn't get that chance tomorrow. But yeah,
All right, I guess
we
better
were
late
just
than
like,
never.
Yeah, but
yeah,
Uh, so
better early than never.
okay, so basically, you guys were. I mean, I guess you guys were talking about some other stuff right now, but you guys were talking about like Moxley's reign as a champion.
yeah.
No, no, no. We were talking about the whole program with MJF and Moxley, which wasn't even a program. Like they gave Moxley a third belt just to have a program with MJF. But then it wasn't even that much of a program because like MJF, like not MJF, Hangman Page came in as like a filler. He got a concussion, and then it was back to MJF and Moxley. But before that, it was just like Moxley just going against random guys, then having a program with Page while in the middle of a feud with MJF. And then all of the it's like a complete mess when you think about it. It's not like a complete consistent story. It's just one thing after another and then after another. And then there are like three things fighting with each other. So there's like an MJF Regal alliance that is a story. Then there is Hangman Page, and then there is the firm.
No,
All
no, I agree. I mean, ever since MJF came back, I just didn't feel MJF at all. Like, I was a big fan of MJF. I'm still somewhat a big fan. I mean, to me, I think he is someone that makes the product watchable. Okay, because like I don't really like all the other stuff that goes behind it. But ever since he's been back, he just hasn't been the same MJF for me.
Really?
because and I see that because he's given mad bad material. Like
That
he's making the most of that.
that
Sorry.
that's pretty much it. No, that's pretty much it. Because the thing is that I mean, if we're gonna talk about the build, I mean, if you want, we could talk about it once we get to the match or something. But if you want to talk about it right now, we could talk about it a little bit. But
Yeah, we were just like going over a preview.
yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, but that's my opinion so far. Ever since he came back, he just hasn't been that hot for me. Like he was amazing with the Warlow feud and stuff like that. And that's where like I went from like not knowing who this guy is to knowing who he is. But ever since he's come back, he just hasn't been the same for me. And you know what? Well, when we talk about the match, I'll talk about it.
Yeah, and I was going to say that like he's going this like babyface route,
Mhm.
and like his whole promo with Regal was pretty great to watch. And then it's like sit down, like what do you call it, some podcast interview. But that is the most he got because other than that he's playing a babyface. He's swerving, and the way they pulled it off, we'll talk about that. But at least like the whole program was like the least interesting. Hangman Page
Mhm.
in that feud, the firm in that feud. Like Moxley should have won that belt and focused straight on MJF, but then he got like Hangman Page, and then like the firm is there, and MJF is conflicted between having the firm help him or not. It's just a mess. It's a complete mess.
Right.
So
All right.
and yeah, go ahead.
If you want, you can talk about another thing right now. I'm gonna go get my tea. Okay.
Yeah, okay. I was actually going to talk about another thing. That's like the last thing I was going to mention before going with the pay-per-view, and that is Chris Jericho. And you know what? I said a lot of things about Jericho, probably in my last three AEW pay-per-views, maybe even before that. But Chris Jericho is literally the worst thing in wrestling today. It's not even Brock Lesnar. Brock Lesnar is not like Brock Lesnar. Issue is simply the booking or like the matches he's put up with. But other than that, Brock Lesnar in itself is fine. Brock Lesnar is acting like he should be, and he's much fun to watch as a babyface without Paul Heyman, where he's actually showing personality. But I still don't like Brock Lesnar simply because he's overpushed to no end. He keeps getting titles that he doesn't need, and he fucked up the WWE Championship. Because even though he's a transitional champion, it like you basically have a guy, and I love Roman Reigns, but they shouldn't be a WWE champion and a Universal champion. You're basically holding two titles, and you're only showing up in one show. And that is not even taking anything against Roman Reigns. It's the fact that it's Vince booking that is still somewhat plaguing the show in the sense that now they have to make US championship into some kind of world championship over there. But that's not how it should be. There are a lot of guys who deserve to be WWE champions right now. Seth Rollins is one of them. Um, AJ Styles is one of them. Finn Balor is one of them. Edge should have won that too. But other than that, um, like I was going to Brock Lesnar for a second, but yeah, Brock Lesnar is not terrible in himself, but more like how he's booked. And he's not in charge of his own booking, so I can actually kind of forgive him.
Well, I'm
Chris,
sure Brock Lesnar wouldn't like to hear what you said, but go on.
well, I I have to train in the MMA too, but I was going to say, but like Chris Jericho is literally the worst thing in wrestling today, simply because he's an out of touch guy. He can't even go anymore. And it's even sadder because he used to be really really good. I still love his 2008 run, 2008 to 2009 run. His 2009 run isn't get talked about much, but like, he had like a very he played like this serious guy, and he was like completely acting nothing like how Jericho usually acts like, and that was actually fun to watch. And he actually worked really hard to make people hate him because he said it like he's not even signing kids interviews. He's fully committed to that character. And you look at him today, not only is he not in a shape that he used to be, he can't even wrestle that way. He's messing up constantly. And then it's like Chris Jericho on a triple, like he's literally pushed like Triple H in 2002. He Nobody can ever go against this guy. Nobody can ever go over this guy. And he just won the Ring of Honor World Championship. And Chris Jericho is a Ring of Honor World Champion is literally like looking at Big Show as an ECW champion. It just doesn't fit. And then he's going this. Sorry, go ahead. You were trying to say something.
Well, no, I mean I agree with that. I just feel like overall ROH has kind of ruined AEW for me. They've been like pushing that too much, and
Yes,
I don't know. I don't really know how I feel about Jericho being the ROH champion. I get why they did it. It's because they want to give more recognition to ROH, I guess. But I just don't feel like Jericho is. I mean, I don't think we need to push ROH as much as they are. And I think as long as Jericho is the champion, they're gonna continue doing it.
you know, before I think 2 or 3 months ago, I wouldn't have agreed with you, but now I do because it's literally Ring of Honor infestation. It's not even an invasion, and it's the fact that like you see too many titles that are just there as props. Then you see like you said like Chris Jericho should be like the guy who like a big name and is going to bring more eyes, but like Brian Danielson, like he's literally one of the top guys in wrestling, and he could work the Ring of Honor style. Why isn't he a champion? And it's the fact that it's just post entertainment thing. Going to Ring of Honor, and Ring of Honor is mostly wrestling. And like we get the fact that like Tony Khan has like a like owns Ring of Honor, but you don't get like how do I say it? You don't showcase them as much as you do them on your TV. A lot of those time could have been given to guys who actually deserve it. FTR hasn't had a lot of tag team matches,
Yeah.
and you telling me instead of getting these Ring of Honor guys, you couldn't like spend some time on FTR?
Oh, okay. I do got okay. I'm glad you brought up FTR. I do got to say something about FTR right now. And for the last few weeks I've been discussing it with the wrestling community as well. But I feel like FTR holding all those belts looks silly to me. When they walk out, they have a bunch of belts on them. It looks weird because they're not able to carry a bunch like all of them together. Sometimes they fall off and stuff. I think they gotta start losing either one or two of their belts to be able to be serious contenders for the tag team division in AEW. Uh, because when they say they want the AEW championship, I'm thinking, bruh, you already have like three other titles. I mean, how are you gonna fit that in?
Them winning 3 championship to me made sense beforehand.
Hmm.
When if because like the original plan was not like they think, oh, that was not the original plan. The plan was like it always looked like to me that they were building up to FTR winning the AEW World Tag Team Championship along with all those belts. It may look silly, but that was the thing they were going with. And then you see it all out, and like they said, oh, that was never the plan. But just like bear with me here. So if Hardys are not supposed to win the belt, and like Young Bucks were basically filled in as like a last minute slot, what would be the good idea for them to win the belt for the second time on TV and then lose it again on TV? Or the fact that they should have like a big pay-per-view match with all the belts on the line,
Yeah.
and it's like a real match between Young Bucks and FTR. It would have made a lot. It would mean a lot more instead of being a trios champion. Just go with the fact that yeah, just like go with the FTR versus Young Bucks 3 with all the belts on the line, and then you can see FTR lose some belts because yeah, it's ridiculous for them to carry all 4 of them. But yeah, like what it didn't go there, and Tim Conner brought up a good point. Since we never are going to see FTR win the championship again, people just turn to Acclaim,
Yeah.
and Acclaim ended up winning the belt. So now you're in this position where you shouldn't have Acclaim lose the belt, and you shouldn't have FTR lose their second shot at or third shot at AEW World Tag Team Championship, because either of them losing would just bury the other guy. You can't turn one of them heel because they're both over. So what are you going to do with them? And then they actually tried to do something where FTR faced Keith Lee and Swerve, and they lost that match. You don't have FTR lose they're literally carrying three championships, and they're losing to a thrown together tag team that are not even working together properly. What does it say about them? You're literally burying them.
Yeah,
You're right about
yeah,
that.
yeah. You're right.
And I do want to mention one thing. You know how you said there's trio championships? Well, essentially, FDR has trio championships. They have three championships. So basically, they're what trio championship champions or something. But I agree. Like them losing to non champions is a burial. Simple as that.
Yeah,
But
Um,
like, yeah,
Can I say
go
okay?
ahead.
Let me mention one of the most stupidest things I've seen though so far. Like I mean, when it comes to FTR booking, so FTR had the chance to face the acclaimed at the pay per view, right? Well,
Yeah,
they were the number one contenders. They gave that up to Keith Lee and Swerve, and if I was in the real if I was in the real sport and I had number one contendership for the title, the big title that I'm going for, I wouldn't do a fight. I wouldn't give that up to somebody else. You know what I mean? Like I wouldn't do a battle against somebody else and make that win count towards the number one contendership. So they basically gave that up to Keith and Swerve. I just didn't get that booking at all.
and you know what? You just like brought up a general point, like my general issue with AEW, and maybe it happened with WWE. I don't remember this thing where like you're the number one contender, but you're only going to face them in a pay per view, and the guys who didn't earn that title shot are facing the champion for the title, and they call it the world title eliminator match or something.
Yep.
But
yeah,
it makes sense. Like if you're the number one contender, you're the first in line. Everyone else needs to wait their turn. So why is the world champion defending against guys who are not number one contenders? They just like challenge them, and yeah, like yeah, you can have a title shot. Yeah, you can have a title shot. It's stupid, and it's not just in the FTR thing. It's like a general thing. John Moxley defended against like three or four guys,
Yeah, Lee Moriarty is one of them. Like that one that made no sense.
yeah.
and
It made the sense.
Pentagon with the tag team guy. When is he like challenging for the world championship? And it's just stupid.
Okay, Joe.
And
Sorry.
go
Go
ahead.
ahead. So I want to ask: do you think FTR versus Acclaimed would have been better than Keith Lee versus Acclaimed?
On normal circumstances, I would have agreed. Like I said, yes.
Hmm.
But if a Click did a longer title run, they just won that belt. It's not even at all out. It's I think some September, I believe. I
Yeah,
think around September 20. They shouldn't be losing the belt anytime soon. And there's no other tag team that is viable for a pay-per-view match. And just holding off to FTR, not winning the belt is just going to cost them a big time because people will like lose interest in them. Because if they keep cheering for this guy and keep pushing for this guy to win the belt and they're not winning it, you eventually move on to another one. And it happened in some way with Acclaim. And that is why I said Young Bucks really should have just had a match with FTR
Hmm.
for all championships. If they're not winning that, like like it made no sense to me for them to like drop that to some other team and then just like went for a trios championship and then they got that title vacated. And it's just like if you're going to like just lose the tag team championship to FTR and then have your like trios championship run or whatever. But like Kenny Omega can wait like a few more weeks, and they just they literally shot themselves in the foot. And a
Hmm.
lot of this is because Young Bucks not dropping the belt to FTR. I would have like loved to see FTR had like around like a revolution or so,
Hmm.
where you build the acclaimed up a little bit more, and then have him challenge for the AEW World Championship where they would win. But like like FTR beating acclaimed, FTR shouldn't lose. First thing, secondly, FTR shouldn't be like acclaim shouldn't lose either. And you can't have that match. So I kind of understand why Keith Lee and Swerve match had to happen because that is like the only better choice than whatever they were going with. But what is it still FTR ended up losing before they ended up winning the world tag team championship. So it's like a messy booking one after another.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like I feel like FTR these days is not getting the same pop as they were before. I think they're kind of going from cold now when it comes to their reactions and stuff like that. And I personally have kind of like um lowered my standards for them as well. Originally, I thought they were like amazing, tag team, and they still are. Like their matches with Briscoe was fantastic. So I like that, but it's just the way they're being booked right now. It's just so confusing because they were like for some reason coming out to protect Wardlow before.
Yeah.
And yeah, they were just like it just seems like they have no other reason to join the party. Um, unless like there's a baby face that's getting beat up and they just need some bodies to use. So like it just the booking has been confusing and they haven't done a lot. I think in the past when that Owen Hart's tournament was happening, around that time I think they were pretty hot. Like they were doing some amazing stuff. But nowadays it's like they're just random additions to the thing. And I think this has to do with the company. Sorry, I think this has to do with the fact that Tony Khan has hired so many wrestlers now that it's very hard to give them all screen time.
And a lot of those guys are necessary. Like that's like another thing because you can like let some guys go.
Yeah.
And I don't if Orange Cassidy is hot, I can see that. I don't see a reason why the rest of his other crew need to be there. Danhausen, and I've always heard that he's a funny dude and everything, but Danhausen is literally a waste of a spot, and it's not just him either. Like like Hook, I think Hook is there. Yeah, sorry. So like Hook, he was literally like a hot thing too, and he was over. I think he sold more T-shirts than Punk at one point. What are they doing with him now?
Yeah,
When was the last Hook match you've ever seen? And this was like one of their bright stars that are coming out. And he has Styles' his son. And he's like really good at, even though he's a little bit green, he's really good. What are they doing with Hook? They're not doing anything. And you
Josh,
see
yeah,
more of Chris Jericho. You see more of Daniel Garcia. You see more of Wheeler Yuta.
Josh, yeah.
And what in I'll FTR like I don't know what to do with FTR anymore. Like I don't like Acclaim shouldn't be losing the belt anytime soon, and FTR shouldn't be losing a match, and they should be in a world tag team champ. Like they should be world tag team champions by now.
Okay.
But
Yeah,
it is a good position that they put
Okay.
themselves
Well.
in there.
Well, here's what I think because FTR is also like a ROH tag team champion, right? And I know a lot of people don't want like me don't want like ROH all over the place. So they should like start having title matches with other people for the current time. Like if you don't want to make you know Acclaim lose the tag team titles, AEW tag team titles, then have FTR get in a program with like the Guns and
I think that
hmm?
I think that's what they're going for.
Well, I think they should do that and have like a ROH tag team title match. Like they should be away from the Acclaim for now. Just to me, like ROH tag team titles should be similar to like what Joe's TV title is for TNT.
yeah. I agree
That's
with that.
yeah, that's what I think that should happen. But by the way, like I think we're ready to get into the pay per view, right?
Yeah. And I don't think other should be that long either. Like it for some reason it was shorter than before. But yeah, like let's start with some. Do you want to go with pre-show matches?
I didn't
I
watch pay per view.
I didn't watch it. Oh, you didn't watch the pay per view. I didn't watch any of the pre show matches.
Well,
I feel.
I wouldn't blame you because it's just like Eddie Kingston against some Japanese wrestler. I think his name was Jun Akiyama, and it was like a feel-good moment for Eddie Kingston. And then it's like an Orange Cassidy match, but like What are they doing with Eddie Kingston? Like, is he still over? Like people still love him, and then he's like wrestling in pre-shows. You,
Uh, I stopped feeling and Kitchen after that Jet rematch. That Jet rematch.
they Eddie Kingston is not a good spot either. But yeah, like he's having pre-show matches. But yeah, like on the main show,
Okay,
I'm
well,
always.
I mean, I do gotta say one thing about Eddie Kingston. I think he's another guy who was kind of hot, but now he's kind of cold. Ever since he had that spat with Sammy Guevara in the back, where like he actually punched him and stuff like that. I just feel like he just hasn't been the same. He did say that he wants to go against the world champion, so that is something. But I just feel like he hasn't been built up to that level yet.
I think he lost to me ever since. I think he was a lost cause ever since Jericho caught in a feud with him. I knew he was going to be cooled down once because Jericho is like a vampire. He'll
Yeah,
suck you
yeah,
dry,
yeah,
You're right.
yeah. He
and
stepped your towel away.
he can't even have the decency to put you over for spending too much time on him. He'll just suck. He'll suck you dry, make you cooler than before, and then he'll go over. And a lot of people like were like telling me shit like, "Oh, Chris Jericho gets people over," and then they compared Jericho with Punk and like the Punk feud with MJF, and they said, "Well, MJF got to beat Jericho 3 times," and it was like, no, it was only 2 times. They only had single matches 2 times, and the whole what do you call it faction team matches don't count. And they're simply for the reason if that is the case, Jericho would have won more than MJF did.
Yeah,
Uh, it's but yeah, like all like those two wins are rendered meaningless. And then you talk about the fact that MJF was cooled down because he's taking part in bad TV with a lot of these attitude era thing that is going on with pushing like what do you call it, shooting beers
yeah,
at the whole group, and like Chris Jericho trying to be some like Stone Cold Steve Austin with the faction, it just doesn't click. And MJF is like literally a part of this bad TV, and he was cooled down. Him like putting Jericho over is not an issue, but more of the fact that how it led to it. Punk ended up going over MJF, but Punk had a great feud with MJF, which actually drew, and it was the most consistent, most simple story they've ever told.
yeah. And
And it
Punk
was
did
like
get
one
lad lad. Punk did get lad. No, he feel no
Punk,
setback.
they just traded win, and like the general. I think the general plan was always for MJF to go over Punk because he was like the guy who was supposed to take the belt off of Punk. So yeah, Punk and MJF, like it's a much like MJF got over even though he lost to Punk as compared to the whole thing with Jericho, which lasted a lot longer, and it's just bad feud. But yeah, like we'll get to that. But my general point is that Dickinson is not that like he's never been the same, and it started with the fact that and Chris Jericho got his hand.
Yeah, he's never been the same, and I don't think he's ready for the championship. And I hope Tony Khan doesn't poke him into the championship thing because he needs to build him up to that level to where he is able to be part of the championship. I mean, kind of like how they did Drew McIntyre for Roman Reigns before they went in the Clash of the Castle, whatever. Uh,
Yeah,
However, I think I'm ready for the pay per view.
Yeah, so the first match was Jungle Boy versus Luchasaurus, and just for a thing before I get to pick this match with Christian Cage, I know you didn't like it. I think Christian Cage was not supposed to have a long match, and they were going to have like a longer feud. So that match made sense to me, but after that, it just makes no sense. Like, what is it doing?
shit. I got about Young Boy.
Other
Okay.
one could.
Um, so honestly, like when this originally started back in the day, like when when Christian basically talked about his family and stuff like that, I thought it was crazy, like how like the stuff that he was saying. It was
Mhm.
actually good in a good in a great way. Like Christian turning a heel and stuff was fantastic. The way he talked about his family and all that mumbo jumbo. I think that for me lasted for like at least two weeks, and I heard a lot of people overhyping like his segments and saying that this is the best thing Christian has ever done and stuff like that. I don't think I agree with that because for me, if it's going to be the best thing he's ever done, he's gonna have to consistently do it. You know, like the whole food would have to be consistently good. Now, ever since this food happened, like you saw, Jungle Boy showing his mic skills. People had issues with his mic skills, but he's been showing his mic skills, and to give him credit, he has improved a lot. But I
Hmm.
don't. Sometimes he just doesn't sound kind of genuine to me because he sounds like a try hard tough guy, you know. But that's not the point. The point is that I feel like this feud. I mean, this rivalry. I'll call it rivalry. Has kind of been. Uh, it was like hot
Black.
in the beginning, but now it's kind of bland. It was like it doesn't make sense that they're having a pay per view fight. In a steel cage, I guess. Uh, but yeah, let's get into the match.
Yeah, because like the match is like Lucas Luchasaurus ended up beating him clean, and then like Jungle Boy still wants a match. Like no, that you don't have an out anymore. But yeah, like the steel cage match is like um yeah
So,
gar- garbage match should I say?
so
And
wow. The mayor guy, John Boy Pillar, the company. But we're not gonna treat him like a big star. We gotta treat him like a jobber.
I mean Darby Allin has it worse, but my point is like Jericho, like Jungle Boy is an interesting case because he's still over.
Wait,
He's still doing better than Darby Allin is, but he's facing Luchasaurus and Luchasaurus, and I'm sorry to say it, but Luchasaurus is not that good.
Be fair, Dal Arden. That one got Sting teeing him.
And the thing is there to have tag team matches with Darby Allin. That's like Darby Allin needs to get away from Sting. I'm sorry,
wait.
but
So you're saying that the steel cage match they had was garbage?
I didn't like it.
Oh, you didn't like it.
And
Okay. Okay. Why didn't you like it?
it, besides the fact that we like what do you call it, besides the fact that I've seen like too many no DQ matches,
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't really give a shit about the whole feud. That is major factors.
Mm-hmm.
Then the fact that it's Luchasaurus, and if it was with Christian Cage is like a what do you call it, a veteran. He can lead Jungle Boy. He can do the things he needs to do, and whatever gets him and Jungle Boy over. Luchasaurus can only wrestle one match, and Luchasaurus, even as a heel, is like wrestling one kind of match, and it's just not working. And then it's just the fact that he's green. And it's like
Mm-hmm.
Jungle Boy trying to lead Luchasaurus, and Jungle Boy shouldn't be leading anyone.
Damn, that's sad.
You know. Okay.
That is
Well.
made.
Okay. So I was watching when I was watching this match, I saw like JR like overhyping this whole rivalry and stuff like that. And I remember like JR was saying that this is a very personal rivalry, guys. You know, this is a very personal a wrestling match. And then all of a sudden, I hear the music of Jungle Boy, and Jungle Boy's music is so goofy. You know what I mean? It's like it like completely turned me off of the whole match. I was like, hold on a second, this is supposed to be serious, but I'm hearing this goofy song. I was like,
And he's doing entrance, and it's like you're angry at this guy. Just run over without the music and attack him.
yeah, it was yeah, it was hilarious to me when that happened. You know. But anyways, going into the match. So in the match, like, yeah, they both stared at each other. They were both serious. You know, you could tell they're mad and stuff. And I gotta say, most of the people in this pay per view actually wore decent attire. I guess, like, they changed it up a little bit. Which is something that you're supposed to do. Which it adds to the presentation, I guess. So so right away we saw them using the cage. So this is my by the way, just to clarify, this is my first time watching a steel cage match.
Yeah.
of AEW. I've heard things about it. Like some people like I've talked to have said that this is a way better steel cage match. Like I mean, the steel cage matches in AEW are way better than WWE because in WWE you gotta actually climb out the steel cage and
Yeah.
or do the pin. But in this one you just straight up pin. Um, After watching this match, I just feel like this is like they're using it like Hell in a Cell because WWE already has a cage match like that. You know what I mean?
That sounds
So,
I
stupid.
huh?
Go ahead.
I said that sounds stupid. They use K like hell. So
Um, I was going to say, I guess I think I can be like to their defense. And it was like something that was like informed to me. It's like like these 80s steel cage matches that happened like very rarely.
Hmm.
They said that like that's how those matches used to happen. It's like they don't have like fucking chairs and tables thrown around, but it's like more like, yeah, like you can't just get out of a match and then you win. Like the whole steel cage thing selling point is that it's a blood feud, and like if you in a steel cage, like it's going to get really violent and it will get real messy. That's why Ric Flair bled most of the time when he was in a steel cage.
Right.
And basically the whole purpose is basically like a huge blow off where you're not trying to run away from the enemy to win, you're trying to beat the enemy as much as you possibly can, and the enemy is trapped. And that is how those like steel cage matches used to happen. And what AEW is doing is basically trying to do the same thing, but now they're introducing weapons into this. And that is where it becomes like hell in a cell. But yeah, I don't think any like people should be escaping. It just comes off as really boring to me. That's why I just like had a negative opinion of steel cage.
Okay.
But here, I like the fact that they're not running away, but I don't like the fact that they're just giving fucking. It makes sense that they're putting chairs in there because it's a no disqualification.
Yeah.
But I just like the fact that it just becomes like hell in a cell as you put it, because it's just like
Mhm.
tables and then chairs and like what's up with that?
No, so that doesn't make sense to me at all. However, I do got to say that I mean, you brought up an interesting point about like the steel cage. I mean, I didn't know about that information that you just told me about, like how they did it in the 80s, whatever. It makes sense. I mean, I get it. When you're in a steel cage, you're basically supposed to be stuck there. It's like a shark tank. You're stuck in a shark tank, and you want to have these two guys beat each other up, right?
yeah,
That totally makes sense to me, but I don't mind the WWE way either because, like, you're trying to get out of the steel cage when you're stuck inside of a cage. You know, so the thing is, the reason I don't mind that is because I feel like it causes the wrestlers to actually do those spots where they're trying to get up on the steel cage, and it's like they're trying to chase each other and doing some amazing stuff, like the superplex and stuff like that. It gives them the incentive to do that. Whereas in this one, like it makes zero sense for somebody to just go on top and then jump down or something or do something weird. Now going back to the match, they did try to make this a very intense match. What's his name? Jungle Boy instantly got bloodied
Yeah,
after he got hit in the cage, and I gotta say, Luchasaurus is starting to remind me of a bad Kane or Undertaker, like a Kane. I'll say, like he's like a
Kane
watered down Kane.
what?
from 2012. That's where things started getting really bad for him. But continue.
Yeah, so like he just doesn't like what is he, the right hand of destruction? I was thinking brother of destruction for all of a sudden. Yeah, so he's like a bad version of Kane to me. I don't know why, but yeah, the match itself, yeah, it was. I'm gonna be honest, I really didn't like it too much because I wasn't even invested in this whole rivalry that they had. I guess they wanted to give a great moment to what's again, the Jungle Boy, Jack Perry,
Yeah,
Jack Perry. I mean, not Jungle Boy. Uh, i- you did see his family this whole time, and as he was getting as he was bleeding a lot more. you were feeling kind of like sorry for Jungle Boy, but then Jungle Boy was standing up like like nothing's happened, like he's not hurt or something. He starts no selling all of a sudden. Like this, like I don't know, man. Some of the stuff they did in this match, it just took me out of the match because it made no sense. Like if Jungle Boy is bleeding so much, why is he acting like he's Superman all of a sudden, and
That is.
nothing affects him? What's up?
That thing I hate AEW. The
Mhm.
all of you fucking bleeding shit.
Yeah,
Yeah, like that is why, like, what do you call it? That is why I said like Jungle Boy shouldn't be leading anyone, because his, like, his deal is, and that's like goes for a reason why Punk like sets himself apart from these people, is that there's no, like, like, if you're a psychologist, like if you're doing the psychology thing, you like wrestling psychology is basically doing what you need to do, when to do it, and how much it gets you over. Jungle Boy has no psychology because he doesn't know. He's just putting everything out there and just hoping anything sticks. But he's not selling it. As you said, he's not selling anything, and that's a lack of psychology to me.
yeah, I agree.
And like, because he's like doing everything and anything, the whole thing just looks phony, and it's like it just looks like Jungle Boy. Like, how can, like, if like basically you're kicking out of like kicking out at one from a tombstone pile driver,
Yep.
how do you losing to, let's say, a belly to belly suplex?
Yeah,
One thing worse than another. Like that is like another thing with, like, what do you call it? My issue with the Kenny and Okada matches. Kenny is like kicking out of everything. He's kicking out of a spinning tombstone pile driver. He's kicking out like a, what do you call it? I like a table falling on him. Like he's falling on like this tough table that looked brutal as hell.
and
And then all
the toad
to
and the power driver on the side and wing.
and then he loses to a clothesline, and clothesline never really come across as a match ending move, like as compared to a tombstone pile driver where you're literally falling on your head, and
Yeah,
that is an issue. And that
yeah,
is what I was like to say, is that when Jungle Boy is doing everything and anything, and he's just not selling it, he's just doing it, and he's acting like nothing happened, and then after the match he's acting like he's hurt and stuff. It just makes no sense to me, and that is why I said, like, if he learns wrestling psychology, he will get really, really over. I think he'll get really, really good. He has the potential to be the best, but because he's refusing to learn it, and he's just wrestling the young bucks, Kenny Omega style of match, he shouldn't be leading anyone right now,
Well,
and that is why.
no, I agree with that, but there were a couple of things in this match that made no sense to me in general, though. But no selling was one of them. Where like I think he even took like a finisher of Luchasaurus and stuff, and he still got up. Like he still kicked out of it. Like especially from going through all that. Like that's the thing. It just like this. If this is like a wrestling oriented show, right? It should it should get the physiology correct. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
the next thing that really that I got looked at and was like, what was when Christian Cage, he was going towards the door and he was trying to open it. Right now, the
Mhm.
whole point of having a steel cage match, it was to trap these guys inside of a steel cage.
yeah,
However, all of a sudden, Christian Cage is trying to open the door. Now in WWE, that makes more sense because if you open the door, you can get out of it and then you can win. But in AEW, it doesn't make sense. Other than you want to get some tables and chairs. So when Christian Cage was opening the door, all of a sudden the referees had some issues with it, and like the match was supposed to be called DQ, right? Like it's like no DQ match.
Yeah.
So why were they ejecting Christian Cage? That made no sense to me. Like it's a no DQ match, so that means Christian Cage should be able to easily enter the cage and do whatever he wants, right?
yeah. That's
So
why I like Drew McIntyre in a quad match, steel cage. What that match? What? Everybody at a smart.
It's it's like Seth Rollins versus the Fiend at Hell in a Cell, where It's a no DQ match, and then Seth Rollins consecutive qualification. But I
Yeah,
thought,
yeah,
but yeah, like I don't know. I don't know. I guess as Jim Cornette puts it, lazy booking.
Exactly. It is lazy booking, and like I said, it just doesn't make sense to me why Christian Cage just opened the door, and like when he was opening the door, he got ejected when he could have been part of it. Like if he was going to open the door, and then whatever happened after he opened the door is exactly why I prefer the WWE way. I'm not trying, guys. I'm not coming in here and saying WWE is bad or anything,
Yeah,
but they opened the door and they literally got out of the cage and they had a little scuffle, right? And they brought out all the tables and stuff like that. And that to me was like nonsense. I was like, bro, this is a steel cage match. Why are you having spots outside of the cage? And then after that, they bring the table inside. Some chairs were there too, and they did some spots, I guess, which were cool. One of them was, I think, a choke slam through
yeah,
the chair, which I think should have ended Jungle Boy, but he kicked out. And I'm gonna go for the finish. So Jungle Boy goes all the way on top of the steel cage, whereas Luchasaurus was laying on the table the whole time. I mean, it looked like he was going kind of slow as well. Like it was like taking his time. And Luchasaurus was like, "I'm just gonna lay here till you do your spot." you know,
but
like,
even in the match, he like
huh?
you made like even that didn't end the match. Like and then he just like woke Luchasaurus up by basically putting him in a submission. And then like you made the monster tap out. Why couldn't you just like do your like off the cage to the table thing and just pin him? What would do? And on a side note, is it me or does his sister show more personality than him? What's up with that? His sister, as I was going to say that in what they call it in All Out stream too. His sister was crying and she's showing like emotions, like visible anger and everything. And then you see his like jungle boy who's really trying his best to show personality, but it becomes it's more natural, and it's like she's not even a wrestler. What is going on here?
what the heck? What the fuck?
You're saying that his sister is showing more personality than him?
Yeah, the sister who's not even attacked by these horrible people is showing more personality than the guy who's being targeted, and tortured, and mentioned. It's
No,
like,
The
no, that's
fuck,
actually
yeah.
true. That's actually true, and I think that's why they needed his family as well, because the commentators kept saying, "Oh, look, they're worrying and stuff like that." Because like the guy can't show much emotions. He's kind of like a robot, right? He just has a monotone look, and that's a big thing. I mean, this is why guys like Rey Mysterio do so well when it comes to their selling. They make you feel it. With what you call it, Jungle Boy, you just don't feel it. Like when they're getting hurt. That's the biggest problem with him. Like he just doesn't do the basic things right. It's like he's like a robot. So yeah, exactly like you said. Like so he did okay. So he's on top of the steel cage, and then he jumps down and he just does a regular what do you call it elbow, a flying elbow. He just like does a regular flying elbow instead of doing like a flip thing. And I guess they wanted to keep it safe, maybe, so he doesn't
yeah,
break his neck or something. So
you don't
I
want to break his neck and actually make his sister worry.
Well, yeah, his sister, yeah, his sister is definitely the most important wrestler here. But like what I mean is like he didn't try to do a frog splash or something else. He just does a regular elbow drop from the air, and then like you said, he didn't finish him either. He had to do like a submission to finish him, which I didn't understand. Just pin him, bro. Like after that spot, he should be done.
Yeah,
Uh,
like if you're going to build Luchasaurus as a monster, you don't have him tap because then he just comes off as a quitter and more human.
that's true. That's very true. I didn't think about that. Yeah, that's true. But overall, I think the match wasn't that good. Like I think they tried very hard to make this seem like a very bloody food, like kind of like a Hell in a Cell. But it just didn't really click for me because of the way that both of these wrestlers. I mean, they don't show personality much, like Luchasaurus hasn't even said a word. I actually heard him say words in this match than I've seen him say outside of it. So it's
That
like I wasn't invested. Maybe if this was Christian Cage versus the Jungle Boy, I would have felt more because Christian Cage kind of knows how to do matches. You know, he knows how to build up stuff. And yeah, that Christian Cage ejecting thing really ruined it for me because this is a no DQ match. Why the heck are you ejecting another person? Like that's the thing. This is why I think Jim Cornette says lazy booking. I think that's the way. That's the reason he says that is because anything can happen at any time. Anyone can come in and interfere and do whatever the heck they want. Like, in fact, it kind of makes no sense for nobody to come in and interfere when there's like a no DQ match like this.
and like you know what, if I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think it was like a last year between like Elite, not like a Young Bucks and Luchasaurus, and not Luchasaurus, Lucha Brothers, and they had that kind of like steel cage match too. And the one thing I like more than this is that the fact that like their manager didn't like get inside the ring and started causing havoc. What he did is basically throw down like the shoe, like those like spiked shoes that they were supposed to wear. They basically threw that shoe all over the cage for them to reach it. He basically threw it inside. So that way he's not interfering, like he's not getting inside and just like attacking the guy, and he's involving himself. And that works really nice as compared to what Christian Cage did. But yeah, all in all, I didn't like this
Me
at
either.
all.
Me either.
Wolf definitely didn't like it, I guess. He's not said anything. But at least it's not it could have been worse. So I guess it gets a point for that.
No, but it still wasn't that good because of the way because of how cold this whole rivalry was. Because you know, at this point, you're like, yeah, we're why are these guys actually battling each other? You know, Lucha, and one of the reasons it doesn't make sense either is because Luchasaurus was ready to move on. Like Luchasaurus was ready to move on. He was facing Orange Cassidy for his All Atlantic Championship, and then this guy just comes in and ruins it for him. Like he just continues it.
I
So
mean,
what?
I was going to say like like Jungle Boy should get his comeuppance, but like the way this whole thing happened, it's basically, hey, you can't you can't beat Christian Cage, so we'll apologize to you by giving you Luchasaurus. And it's just like, at least don't have him on a free TV, just have it on a pay-per-view where they win. But you have it like 2 times, and he like the last time Luchasaurus just beat him clean without any interference whatsoever. So it's like,
Yeah,
what does Boy had to warrant a rematch?
yeah.
That,
No, no, you're no, you're correct about that for sure. Like I feel like this should have been Christian Cage, but Christian Cage is injured, so I guess they had to do that. But they, once again, they could have just ended the rivalry with you know Jungle Boy losing if they were just gonna and like I don't mean like in this match. I just feel like this match shouldn't have happened. I feel like they should have just moved on from it and then restarted it when Christian Cage came back. But I think they're gonna end it now because Jr. was hinting at that. What is next for Jungle Boy? So that's a positive, I guess. This is ending. Um, I think I'm ready for the next match. Are you guys ready for the next match?
yeah. The next match was like EVP and Pac one, and you know what? I didn't watch that match,
Hmm.
but I was hoping to see if there's like a clip where they bought something so I could watch it again.
Yeah,
But unless, hmm?
there were a couple of botches in there. I watched it all. Go on.
Because it was not in the one like like Kenny Olivia Twitter account.
Yeah.
Blue Watches, he does this thing where he basically put out like mistakes and terrible thing, and like that is where I was like, you know what, I would watch that because it's funny. But I didn't see anything in there. It's just over choreographed thing that they always do.
Well, yeah, so basically just to let you guys know, this was the AEW Trio Championship match, which was poorly built up.
Hmm.
They like we hardly knew. Okay, we hardly knew the elite were gonna come back till they got revealed inside the go home show, basically. So and when they got revealed, there was no promos with two teams. only one team basically did a promo, but that was only on the go home show. So basically, this was just a this was just for fans. You know, hey, um, look, you want to see a great match? I'm gonna give you a great match. That's it. Like there was no build up, no nothing. They just wanted to make you have a great match. So in the beginning, what happened was we had the Dead Triangle come in and they did their entrance, but then they had this moment where lights went out after, and then yeah, you kind of waiting for the lead to come out. And at this point, I
I
was
saw
thinking, what's up?
that it was, and they're like, or like, like when it's not just like these three coming out, it's the entire goof group. And when the entire goof group comes out, it's like none of these people are like out of place. I don't know, like Don Callis is a heel. I don't know why he's acting like a babyface now. And why does this babyface team are like having these managers where like one has like a stooge that is making messing up, and then there's like a Japanese butler. It like what's up with that?
I don't
And
know.
I was like, that is where I got pissed because they were actually using one of my like what I liked the song that they were using because that was the one that played at Supernatural. If you've seen that show,
No, I
Yeah,
didn't
but
watch.
yeah, I
okay,
watched it.
Okay.
Wait,
it
you talked that song. It the RVU something si- the RVU like a recap
but
song.
something like that. But basically, it I don't know if you know Jensen Ackles, but that is like for me like the movie that made it, like the series that made him. But he had this like every time like the final episode airs, they played this song, and when they played this song, I was like I want to hear more of it. I
Me
just
too.
didn't know the name. But but I always like and I hear coming into that song, and I was like they're now reminding me of a childhood. I fucking hate them. And then it's that
Okay.
and then it doesn't even like fit with them. Like it's supposed to be like a feel good moment with like Kenny and his entire goof troop is showing up. But I like the way they're coming out is like assholes. Even when they're having this feel good moment and having this feel good song, they're acting like assholes. And like like what do you call it, douchebaggery that comes out of them just like oozes. Like these people can't ever be baby faces.
Yeah.
That is what and like I'll get to the whole Kenny Omega thing because he challenged Will Ospreay afterwards.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. We'll get into that too. But go on.
he just like and like they were using that song and like I think people were like really happy to see him, but AEW card don't count. They're like a niche audience.
Mm-hmm.
And
They
it's like
don't.
six people and they're like the baby faces and they're coming out and they're all acting like douchebags, but this is supposed to be a like feel good moment.
Mm-hmm.
The AEW is back or something like that. Before I get to that actually, that reminded me. I won't waste too much time, but have you seen like the whole build up? You said like they had no build up, right? Have
Yeah.
you seen like opportunities where like Kenny Omega disappears and Young Buck disappear, and they were implying that without them there is no AEW,
Yeah.
and
They don't stop. Yeah. They don't stop.
and the most hilarious thing is that like they were implying that, but when you see the quarterly ratings, they're not even drawing millions,
They're
and
they're not right.
so it's like we can like everyone will be just fine without you. I know there's this narrative, but it's not even true. But yeah,
Okay.
um, to the match.
Okay, so here's the thing. I'm gonna because I did have something to say about the entrance and stuff, right? So I really didn't know that this was music from Supernatural, which also kind of makes it lazy. I thought this was like a whole unique theme. I wasn't really feeling it, to be honest. But here's the thing. So the lights went out. I knew that these guys were gonna come, but I just feel like this was overly dramatic. I mean, I feel like they overdid it with this stuff.
Yeah,
Like they made it seem like people were really really waiting for them. So when the lights come on after giving that grand entrance, like we were supposed to feel something. Like we were supposed to feel like, oh my god, like three of the greatest wrestlers are coming back, or have come back and stuff like that. So I know, like I feel like they overdid it with this presentation, I guess, and they wanted like it looked like they wanted to give us a surprise, but there was no surprise. We all knew that they were gonna come back. But and I don't want to talk too much about like this the CM Punk thing. But I'm not a big fan of the fact that we got the elite back uh when they were having this issue with CM Punk and stuff like that. Like I'm still salty about it. Like how that went down. Like I'm not saying that I'm picking either the elite side or CM Punk side. I'm saying that they just don't look as good to me as they were before. Because because it just looks unfair to me that they're back, and then CM Punk we don't know much about. Like
And
yeah.
like yeah, I was going to get to that after like the whole full gear thing, but yeah, like they were like, and like they're not helping themselves at any moment. Let's say Punk goes away, and I don't think he's going away. And there was like a whole fuck CM Punk chant, and oh, like and like then like these people are like basically instigating it to like cheer more. I think they did it simply because I like their lack of self awareness, but it's like the AVPs they have like a huge ego, and I'm not even blaming Kenny in this. Kenny is less offensive to me than the Young Bucks are, and they have this like whole drama queen shit going to them, and they have like like if you're going to keep egging the guy on, and Punk is not the guy to take disrespect properly.
Mhm,
If letting the guy like if you keep egging on the guy, and if he leaves, you're opening yourself to a lawsuit
mhm.
because you're basically insulting and disrespecting a guy who can't even fight back at you. And Punk has been in like announces what do you call it, doing like announcement for some MMA show,
Yeah.
but making fun of he's just making fun of himself and how things transpired. But he never once mocked anyone.
That's
And
that.
like
I agree with that. Sorry to cut you out. I know what you're trying to say. That's why I'm basically saying this. But I agree with that completely. Like see you don't see CM Punk throwing jabs at AEW, but AEW is throwing jabs at CM Punk, and like they brought back Colt Cabana and stuff like that, which was like one of the biggest trolls ever to me. Um, I was actually shocked that this was happening, but now they got the elite back, and you even had like MJF and like Jericho and like Moxley and stuff say a bunch of stuff about CM Punk and stuff, and I just didn't like that. Like, okay, if he's gone, then just let him go. I I I don't see the point of CM Punk ever coming back because of the way they've said stuff about him. Even WWE didn't say so much stuff about CM Punk as these guys are. So yeah, that to me is very unprofessional for a company that's run by a billionaire.
and I'm even 100% sure it's not even Tony Khan. Tony Khan has like no problems. And he's always positive and even like tried to clear up the fact that it's not him that got him out. But I'll get to that later. But yeah, like the
Yeah,
whole song doesn't, and then like they're like opening, like they're basically poking the bear. And like these people will just continue to get themselves. I hope they come to Chicago and get booed.
yeah,
And but
yeah.
yeah, like
So I'm gonna get into the match. I mean, I'm gonna. So sorry, I took cut you off again. I'm gonna get into the match now. So in the opening match, well, what they were doing was like the same choreograph stuff. Like usually, what these guys do in AEW, from what I've seen, especially in Phoenix matches, right? Ray Phoenix's matches is where
hmm,
they exchange blows with one another. Well, like they're supposed to make it seem like they're both like they're all evenly matched. So they throw a punch and kick and stuff like that. They dodge it. They do a lot of flipper Rooney stuff, but no one really gets hit. Like they're doing all these circus moves, and I'm calling it circus moves because it just some of them just makes no sense. I mean, you can
hmm,
see basically what I'm talking about on Twitter, where like they're doing a bunch of moves that lead to nothing. And all of a sudden they're like equaling each other out whenever they're doing these blows too. Like if they do a kick, if one guy does a kick, the other guy is going to do a kick. If one guy goes in the corner, the other guy is going to go in the corner. It's like that. See, this is where it makes it unrealistic to me. Like, how am I watching a wrestling match when this looks like a fictional bullshit? You know what I mean? And even in fiction, they don't have everyone being this equal unless they were really on the same level. So yeah, they started with that, and look, I'm gonna be honest. I get I get the appeal of these guys, right? I get why some people love wrestling like this, where they're doing a bunch of spot fest and they're showing a lot of athleticism and stuff like that.
Hmm.
I get why people like it, but it's just not for me. I prefer people. I prefer wrestlers actually selling moves instead of doing more moves than they should. And I just felt like this whole match was like a big spot fest. Like, sure, it was entertaining to see like some nice flip stuff, like flippy stuff. You know, like some people did some things that not all the people that you don't see all the time. Like you don't see like a triple tombstone happening. I get that, but it just all seems fake and phony to me.
Well,
And yeah,
just to I'll let you finish and then I'll say.
yeah, I like Kenny Omega, for example, right? Like I'm still new to him and stuff, and I've seen people say he's like the greatest wrestler ever. But basically, what I see is him basically doing a bunch of taunts and then doing regular moves. That's the way I see it. Like he's not always selling moves. He's not always making you kind of like I'll say feel it like other great wrestlers have, like Shawn Michaels and Undertaker and stuff like that. So that's why like to me he's not really like the greatest wrestler ever. And V Trigger is a Street Fighter move. I mean Street Fighter thing. So he
I
took
know.
a lot of his stuff from gaming and stuff like that. It was like seeing a bunch of game characters fighting each other and doing a bunch of flippy stuff. And the reason this stuff ruins it for me is because if you're gonna do every single darn move inside of one match, right? Then what is left for the other wrestlers to do? You know, like you got a main event. Like what is stuff for other wrestlers to do? You know, it just a match like this should not be in a pay per view or something. It should be like an exhibition match. That's it. Like yeah, doing so much stuff shouldn't be allowed. And this is where Tony Khan needs to come in and say, guys, do a great match, but don't overdo it. But these guys overdo it every time.
Well,
But yeah, overall the match was me. Go on.
I was going to say like three things. Like first thing you said was like I get like you get that like those people like it. I get why people like this, but I don't get why they like Young Bucks and why they position them as this like best tag team in the world. Because everything they're doing is done by like they even in this match like Lucha Brothers, they do the same thing too. And with them they're like Mexican wrestlers, and I'm not excusing that. They still suck. But at least with them doing it, it makes more palatable. But it's like they do it, like Jungle Boy and Luchasaurus used to do it. Varsity Blonde is doing the same thing. And then like Lucha Brothers were doing the same thing, and then Keith Lee and Swerve were doing the same thing. It's like every team that come here and wrestle, they just do the same stuff. Even Hangman and Kenny were doing that for most of the part. And when you have young bucks, and it's like even if you like those kinds of matches, I don't understand why you would consider young bucks the best tag team in the world. Simply because everything they do is the same thing that other people do, and it's the same thing they do every single match. And you know what? Even like the whole Luchasaurus and like the whole thing that you like brought up in the start, it's done so many times before, and I've seen like their matches more than I should. But every time they do this thing, it happens every single match, and that's the issue. It's like they're doing the same thing. There's no story, there's no psychology. There's just like doing moves for the sake of doing moves, and it's just flipping around and no selling anything.
Mhm.
Everything is
Exactly.
all choreographed, and it's every single time they do it. It's like that's why I said if you see one Young Bucks match or if you see one Elite match, you've seen them all. And Kenny Omega comes across as a bit better to me because if you he can have different kinds of matches, even though he does the same thing, if he gets paired up with another a nice dance partner, he can have nice great matches. But like you can look at his match with Brian Danielson. Even though I was like shitting on the Okada match, you can look at his matches with Okada. But it's like Young Bucks. It's I don't understand. Like I don't
Okay.
understand there.
Okay, I do want to add something else to these matches. One of the things that I dislike about AEW matches in general, like people, like you're gonna see Meltzer giving 5 stars to this match. I bet you. One of the things I really hate the most, and this is the most common thing I've seen basically throughout the AEW thing, and I'm not gonna mention WWE because I know some people will like twist this and turn it into WWE here, but I am sick of these false finishes they always do, where where like a team is does like their team finisher, right? All of a sudden, yeah, someone either kicks out or someone basically gets saved by somebody else. Like, bro, like like I'm thinking you had the most greatest moment to finish this match, but you ruined it because you want to have a longer match for some reason.
And
And
go
and
ahead.
and the finishes usually are not the best either. Like I've noticed the majority of the finishes in this whole pay per view were not my favorite. Like I really didn't enjoy the Luchasaurus versus um Jungle Boy finish. I didn't enjoy the finish of this one either, which was basically, dude. Okay, now that I think about it, it's so hilarious. Do you know the finish of this match, Bader?
Is it the one where like the hammer is like being hit, like basically Pac was like, give, get the hammer, hit him with the hammer, and he just like hit him 2 times and then rolled up one,
Yeah,
two.
yeah, it was like tiny jabs of the hammer, right? But he was like, so Ray Phoenix was okay. Ray Phoenix took V trigger, I think, whatever that move that he does, right? So Ray Phoenix should have been like kind of knocked out when he was on when he was on top of him. So what do you call it? Dude, what's his name again? Dude, I can't even think that dude that gave him the hammer. Yeah,
Oh,
Pac. Yeah, Pac. So Pac gave him the hammer when he was like all groggy and stuff like that, and then Kenny Omega was gonna pick him up on his shoulders and then hold him up there while he had the hammer in his hand. So all of a sudden, Ray Phoenix, a dude that refused to use the hammer, decided to eventually use the hammer, but there was but the ref was in the back as well. So it isn't like the ref couldn't see it.
yeah,
He saw it. See, they should have been a DQ right away, in my opinion, when he used the hammer. And
like
yet this was
by
allowed.
any,
Huh?
I was going to say by any chance, was it like the bald dude that just stands around the cop referee Rick Knox?
Pretty much.
Oh, that makes sense.
So the ref saw it and he didn't DQ. But Ray Phoenix just did the hammer and then he finished the match. Like what that this is why I'm saying those false one of those false finishes they've done. Like there were finishes they could have done that looked way better than this. Yet they chose this finish for some reason, and it made logically no sense to end it like that. And that's why I was kind of laughing at it because it is hilarious to me. Like like how little eyes these refs have. But
Well,
yeah,
that's another because I saw like the finish too. I thought like, oh, so like I was like kind of surprised that Pac and like this crew ended up winning. And you know what? I think it should be the right call. I don't think you should have like complete preset. Oh, we stripped you of your title, but hey, you can come back and win it again. It's like you literally caused all this issue, and even if you didn't cause an issue, you were pretty much a part of it, and you gave us this bad reputation that still haunts us to this day. And you shouldn't be like coming back and acting like everything's fine. Everything's not fine. So, and I'll get to that why it becomes an issue much later. But
okay, yeah. Sorry.
like I was going to say like Ray Phoenix just like hitting Kenny in the hammer 2 times. It's like, bro, it can kill you. And you know, Kenny shouldn't be like what do you call it? If you got hit in the hammer 2 times, you wouldn't even be able to walk for like a week or month. And that's why I was like reminded of like the whole TNA thing where they had this ball peen hammer and it really hurts like hell. But if you get hit in the head with the hammer, people won't be showing up for weeks. And then, and spoiler alert, after getting hit in the head 2 times with a hammer, Kenny Omega is completely able to wrestle 2 days or 3 days after he was hit in the hammer 2 times with. So you could have basically had him. You couldn't even have. You don't even need to have him conscious if you're not going to sell the hammer thing. But continue. my general point is like Kenny Omega should not be wrestling after 2 days after he's hit in the hammer twice in the head, and those look like stiff shots too.
Yeah, I don't know, man. The finish was horrible. Overall, the match was a spot fest and stuff like that. And I get why some people like it. Some people like, I know some people will love this, especially Meltzer. He will love this a lot. He will give it 5 stars. I just didn't. I wasn't feeling it, bro. Like, I prefer like the traditional wrestling, and these trio championships, man. I mean, they were never good to begin with for me. But these trio championships actually allow this stuff to happen where they can just do whatever they want, go all out. People don't care. They just want to see good. They just want to see moves. And if you're just interested in seeing wrestling moves, you can watch this match and you'll see a bunch of wrestling moves. Some of them that look indie wrestling moves too. But I'm ready for the next match, which I didn't watch actually. Did you watch the next match? Which was Jade Cargill versus Nyla
I
Rose.
I saw
I
a
didn't
bot.
go
I
ahead.
I saw the bot. I saw J. Carl botched it. He fit her hair, fit her hair in a match.
I was going to get to that, but I'll just say this because I didn't watch that match. I'll just say this: like there was a point in time where I thought the Young Bucks were good, and I think in 2018 where they like forced to have different matches because I think one of them got legitimately injured was like their best year to date. And like the reason I said they couldn't be this bad, I think they're really good, and that's because I only saw highlights of their matches, and I assume that they don't have these matches every week. And then I watched them in AEW. I think once or twice. I'm like, oh, these people suck because they're always having the same match. But to get to Jade Cargill for a second, I used to, I you know, I generally feel bad shitting on her because Jade Cargill is really trying and she's training and she's trying to be better. But she's again not the kind of person who should be in this position. She's like Goldberg, except Goldberg actually made people feel excited. Jade Cargill is just what like she's always taking place in toilet break matches. People don't give a shit about the match. She's being paired up with green, equally as green or worse opponents, where she looks horrible. And I'm not saying Jade Cargill is herself great, but she's green. She should be led by better wrestlers instead of facing people like Nyla Rose. And I don't understand the whole thing about I've I'm trying to like her, but I don't get her appeal. And I skipped this match, and that's simply for the reason she doesn't click for me. And it's not her fault. It's the fact that it's Tony Khan's fault for putting her in this position and him not giving her opponents where she could be led. Who's who's going to have a great match out of the Jade Cargill? We will never know. And it's just like this match was like completely toilet break, and like these opponents just doesn't help her, and she's trying her best, but she's really trying harder. She's improved from her first match if you've seen it, but she's so awkward, and it just says like she's not ready. Just take the belt off her.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
continue.
like you said, this was a toilet break match, and sometimes you need those because it's a big pay per view. There's so many hours you gotta watch of it, right? And by this point, let's say if you watch the Jungle Boy match and you watched like the Elite match, right? Like those matches alone are like probably 40 minutes or something because it just felt like those matches were very long. So you need a toilet break match like this one to help you kind of relax and do other things so that way you're set for the next matches and stuff. But I did see the ending. I saw like Cargill win it, and I was like, I'm not surprised because they're just keeping her winning every match by this point. But yeah, I'm ready for the next one if you guys are ready.
Just to say this like last comment, it's like everyone keeps saying that Jade Cargill is like the great, like she's like the cool new thing out there, like she's the best women's wrestler, and the fact
No. No.
and the fact
Hit her shit.
she looks like a star and she is a star out of everyone. It's like, but she's taking place in toilet break matches, and like Tony's like trying to position her as this like unstoppable Goldberg like woman, But Goldberg never took part in toilet break matches.
Yeah.
Every matches in 1997 and to 1998, every match Goldberg took part in was a big deal. Even before he ended up winning any kind of championship, because they were building it like people actually legitimately cared and they were actually cheering for him. Nobody is cheering or even saying a single word when Jade Parkin ended up winning, and that is sad because for how much I'm hearing about how great she is, and I'm seeing her like training and actually trying to get better, she's not. She's she's dealt a bad hand, and I wish that kind of stopped. But continue, yeah, we can go on to the next match now, unless both have to say something else.
Ne- You say you heard few. Damn, I heard damn I help her. I see no proof it. Damn I help her. Shit.
I know Brian Danielson's teaching her, and along with William Regal. And like William Regal's a good coach, but again, you still green, and green just doesn't. It's a state of mind. You can be trained by the best in the world, but it's not enough. And she's put in a position where she has to, like, she's put in a position she's not ready for, and it's like, and she's surrounded by a bunch of green wrestlers, and none of these people are going to. And every wrestler she fought is like green, except for Ember Moon. But I don't know. It just doesn't. I'm really. I have no idea how any of this is going. I don't know. I just feel bad for her to some degree because she's treated as a total break match, but they're still positioning her as a big star. It's female Goldberg. But yeah,
Yeah.
continue. Next match, I guess.
Yeah, I guess we'll go to the next match. So the next match was the ROH World Championship match. The
Oh,
Ucho Chris Jericho versus the American Dragon Brian Danielson, and then the Spanish God Sammy Guevara and Claudio Casta. Whatever, man. Like, I'm done. We we saw a four-way of the ROH World Championship match, which I I'm gonna say right now. I mean, this is just maybe a nitpick, I guess. But ROH World Championship match looks like a mid carder compared to like AEW or something. I mean, it just doesn't make sense for it to be in a pay per view match of AEW. This alone kind of shows you that ROH has taken over. But yeah, what did you think about this match? Uh, a match better.
I'll start with Wolf because I have a lot to say. I didn't watch that match, but I saw some clips of it. But yeah, Wolf, you can start.
I got saw quick. I got saw one quick. I said, yeah, yeah, them that shit. And I saw Jay Carter had a long time get the fucked up. Yeah, she nipple power bomb or something, or a better merit a finish. A finish what? Stupid.
Okay.
Okay, well, I mean, if you got a lot to say, Matt Bader, should I say something, or should
Yeah. Go.
okay. Okay, well, I mean, I hope I don't say anything that you want to say because I don't want to steal your lines that you got to say on this podcast. But anyways, I'm gonna start, I guess. So the thing is that yeah, going into this match, Jericho and Sammy Guevara, you know they're like the same group of people, right? They're from the Jericho, the Jericho Society, whatever you call it, appreciation Jericho Appreciation Society. They're from there. I gotta say that uh, this looked like a four-way match that was supposed to be a tag team match or something, and they've had tag team matches against each other already. So it was like the Jericho Appreciation Society versus the Blackpool Combat Club, which was Claudio Caston. I'm just gonna call him Claudio, and then Brian
So that
Danielson. Um, I don't know, man. Like I'm gonna be honest. Like all four of these wrestlers are pretty cool, right? Like I'm not a big fan of Sammy Guevara because of the way he just presents himself, but otherwise, like I'm a big fan of like Chris Jericho, Daniel Bryan, and then what you call it, yeah, Claudio. I just I just felt like it was going to be very weird to make this work
Mm-hmm.
because of how because there's essentially you got two different teams, and you're basically kind of telling the same story with them. You too. Like what? Like why would Daniel Bryanson face Claudio? Well, like why would he hit him? And then why would Chris Jericho like try to hit Guevara or something like that? This would have worked more if like all four of them actually disliked each other and
Mm-hmm.
they just wanted to beat each other up. But no, this was like forcing like two different tag teams into a four way, which is why it just didn't click for me. Otherwise, when it comes to the match itself, all of them are great workers. I think they tried very hard to make Sammy Guevara be liked more. Like he kind of looked like a babyface in this whole four way, and he got all the great moments in it. To be honest, uh, as far as like the rest of the match is concerned, I know, man. Like I just like it was chaotic. Okay, that's all I can say. I know, man. Like the finish was funny. Like I mean, it's what you expect from a four way. To be honest, like it was an okay match. It wasn't like my favorite. Like all the things I just told you guys about. Like
Yeah.
two separate tag teams, them telling the same story. Like what? Like it just that's what kind of ruined it for me. If this was like all four people that actually hated each other, it would have been much better. Actually love watching four ways. I love watching three ways. They make for a great entertainment. But I just didn't feel this one much. And the finish was hilarious because I think Jericho kind of botched his Judas effect, whatever he calls it, the elbow thing. He botched it
Yeah.
the first time, and
Yeah,
then he got him the next time.
yeah,
It was hilarious. Like after all the stuff they could have done, like this is once again one of those matches where there was a bunch of false finishes. After all the stuff they could have done, they just gave Jericho the win again. It just felt like anticlimactic to me. So yeah,
yeah,
that's why this match wasn't that great for me. But go on, Mr. Bader.
yeah. The what the hell that finish? He
Yeah.
Jericho jumped. That bot finish. Carlo picked up trick. Chario hit him. Jew finish. Look shit. 1, 2, 2, 3. Yeah, what the fuck that finish?
Yeah, that finish was weird.
Yeah, it a fucking bosh.
I can't wait until it goes on Botchamania. Can't wait. Uh
I hope it does. And I'll just start with like four people. Um, Claudio, when he came in Forbidden Door, I said they're not going to fuck this guy up because like he's like he should have been like a world champion in WWE at any moment, and they constantly bungled him up. And I always felt like, why is this guy like this? What did he do to be treated this badly? And even when he was like getting over in 2015, Vince McMahon said, "Oh, he's not connecting." Like, just shut the fuck up. But Brian Danielson, and I think I said this before, Brian Danielson means so less right now in this company. He should have been like a big fucking deal because he's literally the guy like WrestleMania plans were changed over. Like people were planning, like they were having a match between Orton and Batista, and they hijacked the show to get Brian Danielson in a WrestleMania match.
Yeah,
And like people were constantly hijacking the show for him, so he was like a megastar. And like people will say, "Oh well, he's no Austin and Rock," but like I've never seen people hijack an entire show for Austin to be at the main event for WrestleMania 14,
yeah,
or like with Brian Danielson, he was like a guy people always identify with, and he was like this, like he like identified with because he was working out. He's really good at everything he does, and they're basically doing Orton versus Batista, so they hijacked the show to get him in the main event. And when he's in AEW, He came in AEW right after main eventing a second WrestleMania, where people wanted him to be in the main event. As much as they love Edge, they wanted Bryan in the main event. And you would think Tony, out of every, like, you can say anything about Tony. Tony has some good ideas and he has lots and lots of bad ideas. But the one thing you could never expect him to do was mess up Bryan Danielson. And he found a way to do it because and like someone brought it up, Bryan Danielson has not won a single pay-per-view this year. And I'm like that is a sin right there. He took up a fall at Double or Nothing. He showed up at All Out, lost to Jericho for no reason, and now he's losing it again after this quote unquote redemption story he's going with. So where does it make sense? And you said like Chris Jericho was like the right guy, like he's like the guy who would bring names, but people are forgetting Bryan Danielson could do that too. And if the I like, how can you ever believe in a Punk and Danielson match when you see one guy who's pushed to the moon and the other guy who's basically dragged down the mud? Bryan Danielson has never meant anything, and that's a shame because he's really good. He's having better matches here than he has in WWE, and he just wrestles and just look at him. I just don't understand.
Yeah.
And they managed to fuck up Bryan Danielson, and I'll never forgive Tony for that. He's and I may come off as a Bryan fanboy, but he's like for a guy who's this good and a guy who's like a top. You won't bring Stone Cold Steve Austin from 1998 or 2000 or let's say even 2002. You won't bring him back. Like let's say if it's if it comes on TNA, would you expect Stone Cold Steve Austin to lose to Jeff Jarrett?
Nope.
And this is what Bryan Danielson's run is like. What do you call it? The Rock comes from WWE to TNA. He's losing to Jeff Jarrett. He's losing every single pay per view. He's dragged down the mud. Has cooled down significantly. That is what he is right now. And I hate to say it, Bryan Danielson just I can't. I'm skipping his matches, and that really makes me feel bad about him. And I have to wonder if he's actually going along with this, or if he's kind of getting fed up with everything.
Okay, if you want to know a little bit about Danielson, because I heard some news that he's said that no, I don't have a dream scenario for my final match. I would like to wrestle a match 2 weeks before I die, right? And to not know it's my last match, that would be kind of my ideal situation. But I'm not going to be a full time wrestler for much longer. That all said, I'm not gonna be a full time wrestler for much. Yeah, he said that. Okay, when my AEW contract is up, that's pretty much me being done with a full time wrestler. But I like the way some people like Terry Funk and Jerry Lawler and those kind of big guys do it, where they do it for fun, right? So that's what Danielson said to somebody. I think it was like after this whole pay per view, whatever. And then Danielson recalled his last match. He's like, I don't have any vision of what I want my last match to be. I certainly don't envision it being epic match that everybody talks about. In my mind, it would be a match that I would just be doing at some local indie in front of 300 people that are like, okay, I'm just going out and having fun, and it turns out to be my last match. So that's the kind of how I envision it. So I got a question for you. I mean, I know you're a big Danielson fanboy,
That a
and you
problem with that Brian. He and that guy he let people fuck
Well,
with him. Fuck with
he's
him.
a he's a nice guy. He's a model employee, and I won't blame him for just going along with everything. He just wants to wrestle. I think I already knew that. I blame Tony for just letting it happen, or just saying,
oh
"Yeah, you."
Yeah, let it happen.
well that so this was my question though. I mean Danielson. Also, I mean I'm also reading the headlines. Oh, but by the way, this is from Fightful Wrestling. He's like,
Mhm.
being a AEW champion doesn't bring me joy. This is what Danielson said. Working with younger talent does. So I got a question. Like, this is where I question it. Okay. So if a wrestler like Danielson doesn't want to be part of these big matches and do these big things, and he wants to just do matches with younger talent, and we knew from the very beginning that he doesn't really have like a big ego where he wants to um like do this or do that, right? Can you really blame Tony Khan for this?
Yes.
I mean, I
Yeah.
can, and like because like the first thing you said that he doesn't like after this he won't be like a full time wrestler, and he's just like coming on and off. You won't give him a world championship when he's coming on and off. But you have like like you literally have what do you call it? The time is ticking, and there will be a point in time where he like either he'll stop out of an injury, or the fact that he would just won't be doing it anymore because age will catch up to him, and that's like coming really really near. So I blame Tony simply for the fact that yeah, like certain people don't like to be world champions. It doesn't mean you just don't give them the belt,
Yeah.
especially if it makes sense here and there. And he doesn't even have to be like a world champion.
Let
He's
me,
in a terrible position where it's like Punk is there, and then Hangman I needed to have his time. So he can't just like take the belt from them, and then
let
even it has even like Moxley.
yeah, like Mick
But
Foley, like Mick Foley. Mick Foley didn't want to be a champion. He like be a wrestler, but
but
WWE make him a champion.
and like with Danielson, it's like a thing of I get that he doesn't want to be in a position where he has to carry the company, but he's like the right guy to carry that company. He's a star. He needs like even if he doesn't want to be like the top guy, if he's at it's not like Mick Foley or Shawn Michaels in 2002 from until like 2010 where he doesn't need to be a world champion because other people are carrying the torch for him. In AEW, he's like one of the top stars, and like there's not a huge roster that can be considered a top star. And I just want to say this too, like Danielson may not be happy with being a world champion, but Danielson would accept the responsibility of being a world champion. Even he would understand. And I'm not expecting to have him like a year-long reign. Just a month long or 2 months long would be just be fine with me. But how can you like another thing is like he came he came from a company where he's like a top guy. Like he came to AEW as a top guy, and he's not treated as a top guy. And even if he's not fine with it, it's not his. He's not the one booking the show. It's Tony. Tony
Yeah.
needs to recognize the star power that he has. Because besides Jericho, Danielson is probably the biggest star in AEW besides Jericho. I'm not even going to count Moxley because Moxley never main evented WrestleMania and nobody hijacked the show for Moxley. And how can you how can you have like a Punk or Danielson match, or how can you have like make money with Danielson if you're not treating him as the guy you're supposed to make it? He was a big deal last year, and how can you believe that when he's not doing anything like that? And I understand he doesn't want to be in a position. I think I'm rambling on, but it's not about he doesn't have to be a world champion, but he can be treated like not some jobber. They're literally trying to make him an underdog when he's literally the biggest star. That's why I said like it's like bringing The Rock from WWE to TNA and have him lose to every single guy out there,
Yeah.
losing when he cares. And how can you believe in The Rock anymore?
Yeah.
And the thing with Danielson.
Okay, so I do gotta say though, like, so I do agree with the fact that his booking has been trash. Okay, I do agree with what you're saying because I'm also a big Danielson fan. I mean, I'm a Daniel Bryan fan. I'm sorry, not a Danielson fan. But um, I gotta say, like, the worst of like I in AEW, I've seen the worst of Daniel Bryan, like Daniel Bryan in general. Like, I've seen the worst of him. Like, the AEW hasn't seen the best of him. That's the thing. So, like, with his mentality at the moment, it just kind of seems like he's kind of done with wrestling. He's just doing it because he has a contract that he has to fulfill. However, he's kind of done with wrestling. His his Sammy Guerrero rivalry was kind of meh. You know what I mean? So overall, like, I just feel like I just feel like, if he's a champion, he's not gonna do anything great for the championship anyways. Because if the dude is kind of done with it, he's not gonna do that great with it. That I'd
Well,
rather have somebody who actually has passion to be a champion.
Well, I think he's passionate about wrestling, but he's just going along because he just gets to wrestle. And
Yeah.
I understand, like I said, I like if Danielson is always going to be that way, and I'm not saying yeah, like maybe he should like kind of put his foot on and say I won't do this shit with you. But
Mhm.
his thing is like the thing I always contend with. It's not his job. He's not booking his own show. Tony is,
Yeah,
and
Tony.
Tony
Yeah.
like Tony can bring the nicest, the most humble guy in the wrestling company. But Tony should not. Tony should like if a guy is a top star, you should treat him like a top star. You should remind people why you're a top star. And that was like the whole promise of Danielson in AEW. He can have the matches he wants to have, but then he's also treated like a top star. But he's not. I can't see that too. But yeah, I was going to continue because I don't want to waste too much time on this.
Yeah, I agree.
So Claudio is another guy. I've always felt bad for him. He's in AEW now. He's away from the evil empire. People are willing to push him and what he goes in a program with Jericho, where Jericho, for some reason, ends up winning the ROH World Championship, and now this like big show winning the ECW World Championship. It just doesn't make sense. And then Claudio is just like again left in the water. What is he doing?
Yeah.
Like when like people will say that he actually beat Jericho twice in a tag team, but that doesn't mean anything. It's just like how can you believe in this? Like when how many like how can you care for Claudio at this point? I don't understand. Jericho, less said about him, the better. I think I've already nailed down. He's like the worst wrestler in wrestling today,
Yeah.
and it's so tragic because he used to be good, and he's like this. I guess like so like he wanted to be like Triple H in 2002.
Bury
And
people.
yeah, and like now he's burying people, and at least Triple H was self serious. Jericho is just like, oh, I'm a good guy, and you know what? I'm I'm so funny, and I'm trying to have a personality. He comes across as Jeff Jarrett from 2002 to 2006.
Yeah.
Like,
You're talking about Cesaro?
no, it's Jericho.
Yeah, you're right.
He's like 2000, like he's trying to be Triple H, but he's actually Jeff Jarrett,
Mm.
and he's just holding up this Ring of Honor World title because like if he's not winning the AEW World Championship, he might as well get another World Championship. And it just and it's like total non-stop Jericho ever since Punk left. And this is why I got angry with Punk when he like did this whole thing. If he didn't do it and just focused on his whole thing with what do you call it, Cold Cabana, or even the fact that if he didn't get injured, he would have still like we wouldn't be seeing too much of Jericho. And right now it's just total non-stop Jericho. And I'm really getting sick of Jericho, and my hatred for him is ever increasing. And he's I don't even hate Kenny Omega at this point as much as I hate Chris Jericho. He's literally the worst, and I'm like fuck this guy. With Sammy Guevara, I don't know why he's even on the pay per view. Like so, everyone like even that is where I kind of felt bad for the EVPs because they got in a fight, they got suspended for a long time, they got their title stripped. Sammy Guevara gets into a fight, he gets in the main event of Dynamite, beats the guy, then
Yeah.
is a program with Danielson, then he's in a pay per view where they're trying to tease like a dissension between Jericho and Sammy. And Sammy is so likable, they won't be rooting for him.
Yeah.
And if he's not going away, he just looks really dumb for just like letting a guy who screwed him over. Or if he's what do you call it? If he's going to like do this whole dissension thing and just ends up joining him anyway, like Daniel Garcia, this is a horrible swerve, like which makes Vince Russo blush. There's too many swerves here. Vince Russo, this would be the kind of shit Vince Russo would book. And I don't understand why Sammy Guevara is in that match. You could have had like a triple threat, or you could have just have Cesaro win or Danielson win. I don't understand. I don't know. I just don't like either of
I
them.
I don't yeah, I don't understand why Jericho had to win. Also like the fact that Sammy Guevara was gonna actually just give up like the title for Jericho. That made no sense to me in the beginning. You know how like Jericho said that You're just in this match, so you help me win. It's like, bruh, this is already a Jericho win. Also, when you said total nonstop Jericho, I was like, okay, so Jericho already took on Ring of Honor's name, right? Called it
Yeah.
Ring of Jericho. Total
Yeah,
nonstop action, TNA. So you're gonna make Jericho take a name of that too. Total
Yeah.
nonstop Jericho. I found that funny when you were saying that when in your rant. But I think I'm ready for the next match. By the way,
Yeah.
so the next match was the
Saraya
TN
again.
was the TNT Championship. Oh wait, oh no,
Oh,
sorry, I'm missing one. Hold on, how did I miss this one? This is a big match. Usually I usually don't watch like women wrestling matches, but this one I actually watched. It was Dr. Britt Baker versus Saraya, and yeah, both of them have a huge stake. I feel like because Britt Baker is someone that is like the face of the division of the women wrestling in AEW. You can correct me if I'm wrong about that. And then
yes,
mhm.
Saraya, sorry.
yeah. She is. Fan were pit. A fan in the crowd were pits. In the what pit? Pay one.
Yeah. So yeah, so she is. And then Saraya is like the new one, that new woman that just comes into the world of AEW. She was pretty popular in WWE. I really didn't follow her career too much. I just know who she is. And this whole thing was about who's more relevant than the other, who's like whose house this is, I guess. So I guess it made it personal, and it gave you the big match feel when they were staring at one another.
I'm
Uh,
sorry to interrupt you, but I was going to say like they're talking about this is my house and this is my house, but like
yeah.
that's supposed to be Swerve's house too. I think
Oh
Swerve should
yeah, bro, you brought up a good point. So whose house? Sorb house.
continue. Sorry.
Yeah. This whole house argument, I don't get it either. Like, it's funny. The swerve house thing is hilarious. That's what I was thinking about as well before. But like I said, this was like a personal rivalry. The both of them are like top female like female stars, and unfortunately I gotta say this is that this match was more prestigious than any of the women championship matches. I feel like this match was way bigger than them, and that's actually sad for the women division, in my opinion. uh, when these two are like more people that want to see, especially because of Saraya's condition, because she was out for so many years because of her neck injury. Now she's coming back to actually wrestle and fulfill her dream to
Uh,
wrestle again.
I didn't care. I didn't care about the match. We
Okay,
care.
bro.
Yeah.
we
I
care.
say, sorry,
No,
I
I've
say
been serious.
something.
I've been serious. We care. Shawaya promo make you did care about the match.
It wasn't that bad. I like it wasn't that bad. It's just like like now that I'm hearing like that, like oh this is my I've done this and that. Yeah, it feels
I
weird, but
get
it
hit. I got hit a car.
Yeah, no, I found it funny how I mentioned like Soraya's injury, and then he says, I don't care about this match," like stuff like that. Anyways, but yeah, yeah, I found that hilarious. But anyways, going on. Yeah, so this was a big man. This was a big match. I mean, it was not a big man match. None of them are men. I don't know why I'm talking about this match right myself, because I feel like I want to talk about it because I saw it myself. So here's the deal. They had a stare down. One of those intense stare downs. They want to hit each other, and from the get go, you saw like Britt Baker go for her neck, which I think is a very very dangerous thing, because if anything happens to Saraya in this match, right, her career is over,
yeah.
and she's not even allowed to take too many bumps either. And you're having Britt Baker go for her neck. I know this was agreed upon, that's why this was allowed. But otherwise, I wouldn't do that. I think you're facing I think you're fighting with fire here. Tony Khan, you're fighting with fire if you're allowing this to happen. There was one instance where like I think Britt Baker did like a shoulder tackle or something,
Hmm.
and it made Saraya fall down very hard. And
Yep.
it was like one of those moments where like Britt Baker, you could see in her eyes that she was kind of worried about Saraya, like because Saraya was like holding her neck and stuff and complaining a little bit. Um, yeah, that took me out of the match itself. I was like, okay, if this is supposed to be like one of those bloody, rivalries, why the heck why the heck is one of them standing around just waiting, just making sure that the opponent is okay? You know, overall the execution for the match for most part was fine. Like like it wasn't the greatest match ever. They both looked nice and great. They had some botches, I think, but overall, like I think the match was average for what it was, and I think it went for far too longer than I wanted it. And I'm gonna be honest, I was kind of worried for Saraya the whole time because I didn't want her to get injured and you know, potentially paralyzed because of the neck injury again. It was Tony Khan playing with fire in this one. I I feel like it should have ended quickly, and there was a lot of emotions in that match too because her brother was there,
Yeah.
Saraya's brother who came from England and stuff. Yeah, overall, I'll say this match was pretty average. It wasn't the greatest. The only thing that was fun to see was an injured wrestler who's coming back from so many years. For the women division, I guess it was a big match. It was way bigger than any of the championship matches. Those are my thoughts. What are you guys' thoughts?
Come on, Wolf.
My thought is I kind of don't liked it why I won a Matt Baker because a crowd was kind of pissed why I won.
Mm-hmm.
You look at faces.
No, it was only like the people in the front, but like it wasn't even like, oh, how dare she? It was like that's it, because like the whole finish came flat and cold as well. Like
Oh,
there was like she just like hit her like DD thing 3 times and like two consecutive times, and that was over. And it's like that should have been like the end the first time. I don't know why it just needed to be hit 3 times, but yeah, like yeah, continue. Just to let you know, it wasn't like people actually liked the finish, but like those people you see in the front, they're more like, is that it? Because the whole finish came flat. But yeah, continue. Sorry.
I kind of like why I won. Here, Matthew got have a point. Faye come here like her own play said, you got handle anything. You got handle. What the? I like, bit. What? When Matt Baker got handle shit? When? I talk about a promo leader that leader that I didn't watch him bash.
Okay, you didn't watch the match. Okay, so anyways, I think we can. I think we said what we got to say about this match, and I mean overall for the women division, I gotta say fantastic match. I believe their fans will not be disappointed for it. And I'm not. It's not to say I'm not. I'm like a total hater of this woman division. I mean, I kind of am because I don't see any I don't see any love given to their promos or any of that. And a lot of it seems kind of forced to me. I'm not sure if Saraya is going to come in and change any of that, but that's like a whole different topic. I'm ready to move on to the next topic if you guys are.
I didn't give my thought. I won't. I'll make this short.
Oh,
I'll just
sorry,
say,
sorry about that.
seen much of Saraya either. I think my impression of her when I saw her, I think I liked her matches with AJ, but my only impression of her was because I was horny. I think I was 16, and like teenagers get horny really really badly.
Wait, what did you say? Hold
Wait,
on.
what?
What are you? Okay.
You
I'm
talk
just
about
saying,
poor video, okay?
no, that was not even allowed then. I was like 15 or 14. Let me just finish. I was going to say that when I was a teenager, I saw her and said, "Oh, she's hot and shit." But other than that, I never really saw her matches because she's having matches at a time when wrestling matches in women were not that focused on in WWE. So how can you blame her? And then I think she had a match with Charlotte, and the whole feud was so badly done that nobody cared, and the match was terrible. And after that, she just like kept off TV, and you don't even see much of her. So when I saw her match with Britt Baker, I thought she did better than I expected her to do. And that was the only feud I cared about simply because I cared about MJF winning more than the feud. But so I wouldn't want that. But with Paige and Saraya and Britt Baker, that was the feud that was consistently done better than other feuds. So I cared about that. The second thing I was going to say, the match was cold as hell, but people were into Saraya. I I'll just call her Paige. But then the thing with I just want to say this and then I'll be done and over with. The whole finish came flat. But before that, I don't understand why Britt Baker has to insist upon doing the curb storm. Like if this is not your finisher, don't do it. Because that is like literally having like the tombstone pile that is literally having like a one winged angel as like a setup move for something else. Like the move looks devastating, it looks like it hurts. We don't allow children to do it simply because it hurts a lot. And this is like not even your finisher, you're just doing it, especially to a woman who had like a history of neck injuries and concussion. Don't do it. And I think always like she's Britt Baker's doing like three curb storm and four curb storm. She needs to stop. If this is not your finisher, don't do it. Seth Rollins does it better anyway. So just stop
Yeah.
it. My thoughts are
You
finished.
know what it looked like to me? It looked like her just like push, pressing her feet on the neck and just pushing it out. That's it. It didn't look
Yeah.
like a devastating move.
Yeah, and that looked devastating move.
And the reason Seth Rollins is the only one who is allowed to do it because he's the one who do it better and makes it look devastating. And it looks like it can kill you or it at the very least it can finish you. And that is when people kick out of it, it's a big deal. Britt Baker does it weekly, but it's somehow like you doing like it's like if you can't do it properly, just don't do it. But she has to do it because she has to show that she can do everything. But yeah, like and people will say that Sarah like both said that Saraya should not have won, but I think the people took an issue with the way the whole finish was done more with the result. But Saraya should have won because it's a first match back. You don't have a lose to Britt Baker. I love Britt Baker, but Britt Baker has been cooled down significantly. And you just don't have Britt Baker go over everyone because it just makes the entire women's division look worthless if she's the only one who's going over everybody. Either her or Jane Cargill, and that's like the issue. Soraya should have won, especially if they're going to make her a top star for the women's division, and she's a much needed star in that division. But yeah, we can move on now. What was the
Okay.
next?
Okay. So the next match was the TNT Championship match. Wardlow versus ROH World TV Champion, the Samoa Joe, and then the powerhouse Hobbs. Now, all three of them are big men. I'm gonna be honest. Like they're above 6 feet, and I mean, powerhouse Hobbs. I mean, looks like a freaking beast, bro. Like he looks like a beast. He's the most buff dude in this match, in my opinion. And then you got Wardlow after, and then you got the fat slob Samoa Joe, who is an amazing wrestler.
Yeah.
I would like to know maybe your guys' thoughts about this guy. I mean this match is by itself.
I was
Uh,
sort of. Sorry, Wolf, you can start.
what I saw some bosses Joe made. I apply the and what I saw some quit a match it Jeff bosses. I s- mostly it Wozo and Joe.
I think Joe did one watch, and
No,
that was the part where
no,
he put it
two bosses.
to. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, if Joe did two botches and then Wardlow did one, he almost flipped. He almost actually tripped when he was trying to do the senton.
Yes.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
and then he like landed on his back, and you don't do that, especially if you're like a big man like Wardlow. But yeah, we'll continue.
Yeah. That's Mary Joe one do that bit boo. He met and a setter bar he do uh he won he do like a crop a somersault.
He does the thing where he runs from one turnbuckle and runs to the opponent, and then they like hit his boot. I've seen him do it properly multiple times.
Yeah,
So
he
if he once,
this
I
time
guess
this
happen.
time he did do it.
Yeah, this time he kind of hit the rope, and it's like I like I guess the thing is that he's done it so many times. Well, I guess mistakes are bound to happen. But if he did another botch, I'm not aware. Um, but yeah, the other thing. So, are you? Do you want to say something else?
And other bot said other bot he
Well,
do a some what do you call that thing he
oh,
called
oh, oh! I remember. He missed the guy. He basically landed on his head on, I think, Hobbs'
yes
stomach. Or
yes
yeah, yeah.
yeah.
Okay,
The other guy had a 10 he got hit.
okay. So,
Okay.
so
So
go
Bader,
ahead.
Bader, you're gonna say your opinion about this match?
Yeah, I was going to say I was a bit caught off guard because as much as like I don't have an issue with Joe winning because I love Joe and I guess I can't ever hate him. But I would have wished if Powerhouse Hobbs win it because as you said he's really jacked and he's really good. Everything he does, he never really even in those like bosses thing, I've never seen Powerhouse Hobbs do a miss. He's not doing anything that's not necessary and everything he's doing looks really good. And like a guy like that, I like he's not wrestling much, but on top of that, a guy like that should not be treated this way. He's like the one to take the fall, and I'm like, man. And I really wanted Hobbs to win. I thought Joe would take the fall, but it was the other way around. But yeah, I like Joe. I like the fact that he has like a double champion now. But I was really gunning for Hobbs there, and I just hope he keeps getting booked properly. Wardlow, on the other hand, I really can't. He's fallen so far behind.
Yeah, he got cooled down.
I can't really give a shit about him. And they're basically doing this thing where Joe loses the TNT championship, and then he's going to give it back to Wardlow. So they're doing the hot potato thing again. But I'm I don't know how. I guess I like Joe winning. It really caught me off guard, but I really wanted Hobbs to win. Wardlow I can't care about, and that's my opinion.
Oh, okay, that's a shitty opinion, but I agree with it. So
I
I'm gonna.
I agree. I say something.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Sure. I Wallow kind of he mental went down after Jed.
Yeah,
He did nothing. Hold on.
everything shouldn't they did with Wardlow, and that's like another guy who was over as anyone else, and it's just like got cooled down because of shitty booking. We can continue since
All
was
right,
there.
all right. So I guess I'll say my opinion about this whole match and stuff. Overall, I mean, Wardlow has gone very cold lately. I mean, he's been getting cold ever since MJF
Yeah.
had a feud with him. Like people thought like not just people. I thought screw people. I don't care what people think. I thought that Wardlow was gonna be like that big wrestler.
I
That
think I'll be more man.
like I thought he was gonna be a main event wrestler, right? When he said that stuff about the interim championship and said like it's not as big it's not as big to me as big to me as the real one. I'd rather go for the real one instead of that. And then he ends up going for the TNT championship. Like
Mhm.
I gotta say, like, okay, so I gotta say that was bullshit. And then when he took the TNT championship, you would expect him to elevate it, right? Since he lost the TNT championship, now we know that he didn't elevate it. His whole reign was very dry, to be honest. He kind of seemed like lost, and like he was being put into these weird tag team matches, and while he was defending this title, a lot of them were like squash matches. I mean, he's kind of like a better version of Hook right now. That's what I think.
Like
Because
Goldberg, he's
no,
athletic, can do the moves, but Goldberg got more over because he's booked right. Wardlow can be a lot better than Goldberg, but he's not booked right. So how can you?
well, I agree. I was saying Hook because Hook also did a lot of squash matches, right?
No,
I feel like
I,
Wardlow is like a better version of him. I don't.
I
When
yeah.
you got to say something?
I
I gotta say, I got a
Okay.
better version.
Mm.
He like Matt Morton, TNA. He got hyped up be a net war happening. It, but it didn't happen.
Hmm.
You remember
but
Matt? Like you
Yeah, I
remember Matt
remember him.
Morton?
Yeah, I remember him.
Yeah,
He was a big giant fella, 6'3",
yeah,
5. Yeah,
yeah. Everybody say he got be a net war happening.
yeah,
It didn't happen.
yeah. I guess you're right about that. Um, yeah. So as I was saying, Wardlow is so cold at the moment. He just like his reign wasn't memorable at all. He didn't elevate the championship, and it gets me wondering if he ever does become a world champion. Right? Is he going to elevate that? I just doesn't seem like it because he just looks like a yes man. Who's this alpha male who says that who says the same shit like, oh, you haven't seen the best of Wardlow yet, bro. We've seen everything you've done and nothing is great. Like your mic skills are not the best. You do have charisma. You have that intensity in the ring, but I think you need a mouthpiece. To be honest with you, I mean, you're not able to speak too well, and
yeah,
like just like the FTR, he's kind of directionalist. He's been basically feuding with ROH guys majority of the time, and that turn that Samoa Joe had against him. I mean, it didn't hit me much. Like the only reason Samoa Joe hit backstabbed him was because Wardlow said one line where like I'm not just gonna go after TNT. No, I'm not just gonna have TNT. I'm gonna go for other championships and stuff. And then Samoa Joe just basically destroys them with a
you
freaking
you've
championship.
gone now.
What's up?
You've gone too far now, Wardlow.
Yeah, yeah. Like he gone too far because of that. Like so I mean, originally they were gonna have Powerhouse Hobbs versus Wardlow, I think. But I think they realized that, oh, that probably won't sell, so we got to put in a big name like Small Joe.
I need to carry it, man.
And you were right, he carried it. This big fat slob carried it, and that's no disrespect. That's why he's so great. You know what I mean? Big
But
fat in these games is good. What's up?
but I was going to say like you said, I don't think Wardlow needs a mouthpiece. He just needs to go over people because like if he, I think he works better as a solo guy, especially when you've seen him in this group and with this pairing for a long time. My issue is like as I think I said this before, like he could be someone like who's better than Goldberg because he can do the moves, he can have good matches, but this Goldberg was always booked better in the sense that people actually wanted to see more of Goldberg. And here, like because the people know what to do with Goldberg, but Tony doesn't know what to do with Wardlow, and that's like that's a shame
Well,
because
that
even see
yeah.
him as champion now.
Yeah, that's why I said that Wardlow has been directionless ever since he had the food with like food whatever. Well, I know I'm calling it food because I'm hungry probably, but anyways, he's been directionless for a while, and that's why he's been so cold lately. And every time he says that, oh, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that, he just ends up doing the total opposite and being less hotter than he was before. And I just see him spiraling down, especially after this match. As for the match itself, I felt like it was a great three. I mean, I'm not gonna say great, but it was fun to see like three big men fighting each other. But one
Mhm.
of the biggest issues I always had with the big men in this, like in this in this franchise, whatever you call it, in AEW, is the fact that
Yeah.
they do a lot of high flying moves, and Wardlow is one of them that also as a wrestler does some flippy stuff that I don't understand why he needs to do, like doing the senton and doing all those other like showing his athleticism. I mean, I get that, but like I just don't see the point of him needing that when he can just power
Just
bomb people and show more strength. I'd rather him being more of a powerhouse. I don't know why that's not a point against powerhouse, by the way, but I'd
Yeah.
rather see him
like
being a powerhouse than being a flippy dude.
well, yeah. To add to your point, he should needs to just like do it rarely, where it's like a big match field. It's not three-way; it's like a two-way, and it's like for a world championship or something like big. And that is when you do it, and that's when like people were impressed. But when you're doing it every so often, people will be like, "Oh, it's so and so," and that's why like if he does it really, and he can do like the whisper in the wind so well, better than Jeff Hardy at this point.
Yeah,
But but like you don't do it every often because first of all you're a big man. If you flip, you're going to injure yourself.
yeah,
Second, like, if you do it so often, people will stop caring about that. It,
exactly.
it's a big deal for a big man to do it, but a big man does it every often. It's not a big deal anymore.
Yeah, like I'll give one example. Brock Lesnar, right? Like he's a big man, but he can do some flippy stuff if he wants to, like
Yeah,
the shooting star press, for example. But he doesn't feel the need to do it every time. But when he does it, it's special, right? So
Yeah.
that's what I agree with that. But like I don't understand what Wardlow is like. I mean, he's not Shelton Benjamin. Like Shelton Benjamin is more believable because he has the size to do it. Like you can tell that he can do a lot of flippy stuff, right? He's not like
Yeah.
a big man, right? But Wardlow is like a big man, right? And a lot of female audience love seeing that big man, but he's doing a bunch of those flippy stuff. Like he's trying to, like I'm wondering, is he trying to be Jeff Hardy as well, or like what is he trying to be? It's like he's directionalist in his matches, and he's directionalist outside of the matches, and it's like he's a wannabe of some other people, not Wardlow himself. So that's the biggest issue I have with Wardlow in general. As for the match itself, I'm gonna get back into it. There was one spot that I found very hilarious, and I saw the fan actually laughing at it too. They were like outside, and like they were like outside, and Samoa Joe was holding on to Wardlow or something, right? He was trying to pick him up, and then you hear Powerhouse Hobbs. And by the way, sorry guys if your guys' ears get ruined when I do this, but you hear Powerhouse Hobbs going, "Ah!" He's going, "Ah!" Right,
yeah,
and then
yeah,
he bumps Wardlow, right, and then I see a fan in the back kind of falling over a little bit, and he's like laughing at the way Powerhouse Hobbs was coming, and even Jim Ross, he kind of like said, he basically gave like a warning or a siren or something like that before he came in. I found that funny as heck. Like, bro, for one, if I was to think logic, right? If I hear a man going, "Ah!" right, I expect him to come at me. So, and I expect myself to move away because I hear that
yeah.
warning. But in this case, I mean, Samoa Joe took that bump. I found that freaking hilarious, and I saw the fan in the back. His reaction was hilarious as well. He was laughing his butt off, dude. And then when it comes to the finish, man, the finish was just how should I say it? Like, so Warlord does this power bomb symphony, whatever you call it, and I gotta say his power
Yeah.
bombs are the most basic looking power bombs ever. I think he did like a F10 before, which is like
Hmm.
another version of F5 of Brock Lesnar. I think
Yeah.
that move is much better than this power bomb symphony thing he does because it's just a basic power bomb,
Yeah,
and it's
I
not like the
agree.
Batista bomb either. Batista used to do like a sit down power bomb. That looked very impactful, but these ones look like a regular power bomb.
Yeah.
Him just doing over and over again, and the wrestlers are literally going down under just to make him do that. So the finish was a mockery of Warlove. He was doing the powerbomb symphony, and then I think it was Samoa Joe who comes from the back and correct me if I'm wrong. Does he was this a no DQ match?
Yeah, because it's three-way, and every three-way has to be
It
no
should right.
three-way.
It should right my it probably no D2.
Yeah, Samoa Joe. uh, so wait. Yeah. So Samoa Joe. Wait. What was the finish again? Like, did he use
He
like title belt?
he hits him with like the like Ring of Honor title back from the
Yes.
back, and he
Yes.
chokes out.
Yeah. So basically, yeah. Sorry about that. I knew it was in my head. Samoa Joe hit him with the title belt because this is a no DQ match. Lazy booking. All right. Um,
Well,
and then and then because Hobbs was already power bombed, he gets choked out basically. Yeah, with the submission.
just
Um, that's the finish for you.
just to think because like you brought up Jin Rock, and I was actually going to bring it up with the very match. You know, like where like the part where like Kenny just like what do you call it, bends down, and there's like a Terminator clap thing where he just like dives outward. You know, Jim Ross actually said, "Oh, not the Terminator clap again." Like even he's fucking fed up of Kenny. That's one thing interesting thing. But this is the second thing, like you, like, because like you see like how it's like lazy booking, but it's like these people are like getting the weapon this late, and it's like why didn't you bring this up beforehand when it's like if it's a no DQ, you can just like get any kind of weapon at the earliest stage possible. The best way to do is like get any kind of advantage, right? And with the no DQ thing, because like so why can't people just get if there's no rules and if anything can happen, why couldn't just Joe or a powerhouse house just like get a gun, shoot someone and then do the pin? I know it's a little bit extreme, and I wouldn't recommend anyone to shoot down anyone. But but you think about it, why couldn't Joe just like shoot Borto and then take the win or something? I don't know.
I'm not sure either, but I'm not really happy with the finish. The finish was like horrible. Majority of the finishes in this whole thing were horrible in my opinion because they do. I mean, this is the big issue with AEW at least. They do like big long matches, but the finish is always bad because they have better false finishes than they have actual finishes in my opinion.
Right,
Like it
right.
just like they should have finished the match a lot sooner, but they want to do those 5-star matches, so they just continuously go on, and fans are like, "Fight forever, fight forever," So it really, bro, it's just I don't know. The finish was horrible, and I'm not really sure if I'm happy with Samoa Joe having a TNT championship and then ROH World TV Championship. I would rather have Hobbs win this thing than Small Joe getting another championship because now he's gonna start looking like the FTR.
Yeah, like I see your point because like Powerhouse House is like the guy who's actually like good at everything he's done. I've never seen a lot of his watches and everything. Like he like if you give him like Wardlow booking, you know he can like do it because he knows how to do something in right and things in that. Samoa Joe, like in like like another thing is he's built like this machine these past few weeks, and he's not the guy to be the one to take Wardlow down. And then it like with Samoa Joe, I like him, and I like the fact that doing something with him, but I don't like I at this point I wouldn't have chosen him over Hobbs. And that's
No,
why I pick Joe as a champion because Joe can talk and he's good at the things he does.
right.
But would have really chosen Hobbs at this point.
I do
I'm mixed.
I do want to add something else to your point, because we talked about Danielson, we talked about we're talking about Samoa Joe. I feel like Danielson and Samoa Joe are at this point where their best days are over, right? Like you're not gonna get the best of Samoa Joe in AEW because I feel like he's past his prime. So I honestly think that he really doesn't need two titles that he has right now.
Yeah.
And I'm ready to see a new star in Powerhouse Hobbs be created. And I'm gonna say one thing: Powerhouse Hobbs uh, doesn't his mic skills are not that great. So like he can do better with the manager because that guy has the look, he has the intensity, right? And I agree. If they give him the Warlow, I mean, I hope nobody gets the Warlow booking, bro, because that is so directionless. But if they give him more screen time, right, I think he'll do decent. But the problem is that they got so many wrestlers and they keep hiring more wrestlers just to add that shock value that nobody's gonna get the attention they need. And I just don't see big men like Wardlow and Powerhouse Hobbs doing so well in a company like AEW. I think they have a bigger chance in WWE because, in my opinion, they at least book powerhouse characters way better. Like they made Batista, they made Brock Lesnar, they made many big guys become so popular. I think they would do well there, and I agree with Jim Cornette for that because like he wait, is it Jim Cornette? Yeah.
Yeah.
Jim Connect.
Yeah. So I agree with him when it comes to that. Big men are not treated very well here. And I really don't know what's gonna happen with Wardlow, man. Like he's so cold right now. Like what is he gonna do? Feud with like what you call
He'll
it?
just
MJF again or what?
no, he'll just take the belt from Joe. I think in a Ring of Honor pay-per-view or something.
Mm-hmm.
He'll take the belt from Joe, and then he'll have another run. And I think maybe somewhere down the line he'll have a match with MJF. And like speaking of MJF, like that's another issue. Wardlow was like what do you call it, beating MJF like swiftly without any problems whatsoever. And I like that because that is what it needed to be. Not every match has to be like 5 stars.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
my issue, like if he's beating a guy like MJF this quickly and this efficiently and this easily, and he's struggling with guys like Orange Cassidy, that's an issue. If you like book him consistently, and but they have not, and I just if it was like a match between like if Wardlow had a match with Power of House and had like basically went through Orange Cassidy, I would have been like, yeah, like that's good booking. But he's like at least because Powerhouse House can have like a competitive match. He's that big, but and even in a three-way, Wardlow can be competitive. But if you're talking about, but he has trouble beating other people too, and I just didn't like that, and
Yeah.
it's just insane. But yeah,
Yeah.
But okay. Any last thoughts about this Wardlow thing? And I mean, from there on, we got to move on.
I'm ready to move on.
All right.
Okay. Well.
All right. So the next match is Sting and Darby Allin versus Jay Lethal and Scooby Doo. I mean, I'm not even saying Scooby. I know why I'm saying Scooby Doo with Sanjay Dutt because he looks like a cartoon to me. And Jeff Jarrett. Um. So basically, I mean, after like right off the bat, it looks like a big profile match, especially with Sting and Jeff Jarrett. I think it's been 24 years they haven't battled each other, but this gives you the TNA vibe. Jay Lethal and Jeff Jarrett, TNA vibes. Darby Allin is like the AEW guy, and Sting is like the guy that's supporting Darby Allin. What did you guys think about this match?
Well, actually, it was like because like you brought up another like you hit like right on the park. You said like not every match has to be 5 stars, and the issue with that is if every match is being 5 stars, the matches are so long, and the matches you need to look forward to because they happen so late, you can't care about them. And for some, I was surprised that they cared that much about MJF and Moxley match than I ever thought, because I thought the crowd would die down now. So, but yeah, because of that reason, I was looking forward to like skipping some matches. I'm glad that happened. Like this match occurred, so I can skip it because I watched like 2 matches of like in 2 consecutive orders. I was getting tired too. But yeah, to my point is, so I skipped it, so I can't give much of an opinion. But I'll say that like Jeff Jarrett looks much better for a guy who's at his, who's at this age. He looks better. Like he looks good for a guy who's like old as hell. But Sting and Jeff Jarrett in a pay-per-view. Sting is older than the Undertaker. Undertaker's retired, and Sting retired and then came back, and now he's having tag team matches. What's up with that? Jeff Jarrett wrestling in 2022. Why? And Jay Lethal, like I love Jay Lethal. Why can't he just like be booked properly to a point where I could care about him? Same goes for Darby Allin.
Mm-hmm.
Like you were like said that Jungle Boy is like not treated properly. You just like look at Darby Allin every pay-per-view match he's having like a tag team match, except for in Double or Nothing. And I just like so bummed out that this guy like actually could be a top star.
All right, I just
He
want to say
could
a quick thing. Sorry, I just want to say a quick thing. Sting is 63 years old. Go on.
yeah, Sting is 63 years, he should not be wrestling.
Yep.
But people are like constantly egging him on, and then he's doing like new jack jumps, and I'm like, one of those flips is going to kill him, and who's going to be blamed? I'll blame the fans and Tony Khan for instigating that. Darby Allen as much. Like I like Sting, and but Darby Allin needs to move away from Sting. He looks like there's like edgy son, and I don't know. I just like this guy is so better off alone. He was doing a lot of better things alone. He was a TNT champion alone, and now he's just paired up with Sting. And then he's like, poor guy has to carry Sting because Sting can't have one-on-one matches.
Yeah,
And
Stinky.
then
Yeah,
he had great series of matches with Jay Lethal. And the pay-per-view is like a tag team match between two old guys,
Mhm.
and the guys should be of better doing better of things instead of where they are right now.
Yeah.
I genuinely feel bad for both of them.
me,
Um.
me too.
Do you got anything to add, Wolf?
I say, yeah, Sting should have tired. Each time I see him on Twitter, a person it point out he always bought a move or
It's
he
not even going to kill himself. He's jumping off constantly from,
yeah
I think, from out, and it's like way above. It's like you shouldn't even be jumping from the top of the turnbuckle at this point.
yeah fi- yeah yeah some guys want to watch her lie on the table one way he almost fucking die almost fucking what the fuck. I remember Tony said he got to keep Sting safe. That a little bullshit.
Okay. I guess I'll say my thoughts then. Um. So this match, I gotta say I'm getting sick of the crazy entrances that Sting always has. I guess he just
Hmm.
pops out of nowhere. At this point, it's like one of those games where you want to bonk somebody's head, and you always miss, and then find out that he's behind you. That's basically what happened to his thing. Is like when he appeared, he just appeared behind Jeff Jarrett, and Jeff Jarrett in the beginning just acted like there was no one behind him. When in general you can tell if someone is behind you. It was a bit of a comical moment, and then and then like some scene happened with Darby Allin where he beat up a bunch of people. I mean, never got to see it because we were like wanting to see this. The way that AEW kind of like tries to get two different fights at the same time with the cameras. I feel like they fail at that because they fail at getting the best moments from both fights. And to be fair, like it's very hard to keep up. This match sort of kind of reminded me like of that one match they had. It was like something called something Stampede. You know where like the JAS was facing the Eddie Kingston group or something with Blackpool Combat Club. Like
Yeah,
all,
yeah.
yeah, I
Yeah,
forgot the name of
yeah,
it. But they were fighting all over the place. Like like the matchup was between. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna yo. I just realized this. So the matchup was between the old guys and the young guys for most part, right?
Hmm.
yep,
Um. So you had Darby Allen versus Darby Allen versus Jeff Jarrett, and then you had Jay Lethal versus Sting. And I noticed that the younger guys were taking a lot of bumps in that. And in the beginning, I was kind of wondering why the heck aren't Sting and Jeff Jarrett fighting each other when they wanna fight each other. You know what I mean? And not like why is Darby Allen facing Jeff Jarrett and why is Jay Lethal fighting what you call it Sting. So but now I understand now because they wanted the younger guys to take more intense bumps to make it more intense because they were basically just going all out. There was zero sense in this tag match. Like I didn't know what the heck was going on, to be honest with you. It just didn't look like a regular tag match. They were like, hey, just do whatever the heck you want. Lazy booking. Um,
What?
like, hey, just do whatever the heck you want. Like, I didn't even see the point of them tagging each other. Like, why not just make this a tornado tag? Why not? Why use any rules?
hmm,
You know,
that that
if you're
lady
gonna
good
do
too.
lazy booking, And but yeah, the selling was great from Jeff Jarrett. Jeff Jarrett showed like he still has it in him. But I know, I mean, I know that most people would agree that they don't want to see Jeff Jarrett and Sting. They definitely don't want to see anymore because dude is 63, man. Like he needs to retire. You kind of feel sorry for him,
Well,
especially him doing those high spots, dude. Like jumping off something and then falling on someone. I know they're gonna grab him. Oh my god, there was one spot. I'm sorry, I know someone wanted to say something. There was one spot that I found comical. So Darby Allen has like Jeff Jarrett on the ground, and then he
hmm
goes on top of the freaking ladder, right? And then
yeah.
I was thinking like, why the heck would Jeff Jarrett take a bump like this? Like have a dude like literally lay on him from all the way on top.
hmm
And then what they did was they brought in that what's the Indian's name, dude? Um,
Sanjay Dutt or
no,
Tatun.
Satnam Singh.
Yeah.
Oh, you didn't watch this match?
I didn't watch that much, but yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
okay. Well, bro, this is hilarious. You gotta see it. If you see it somewhere, you gotta see it. So you know the coffin drop, right? The coffin drop is like when Darby Allin is just like laying back and just falling with his back, which is pretty lazy. He could get some back injury, especially from that high. I was expecting him to drop into Jeff Jarrett, but instead of dropping into Jeff Jarrett, we see this former basketballer, Satnam Singh, coming in and just casually grabbing him as if he's like a ball. Like he like Darby Allin is falling, doing his coffin drop,
Wow.
and he just casually grabs him before he even lands. He holds him like a bell, right? I was finding that hilarious. Like what? Now this is supposed to be like a finisher. A coffin drop is a finisher, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this made it less lethal. If someone like Sindham Singh can just come in and just grab him casually, and this is not the first time he did it. He did it again when I believe, yeah, he did it again when Jay Lethal was supposed to fall off of something, a barricade or something, and he just casually grabbed him, and then it took that Sting to jump down and then like do that cross body to make him go down. So he was playing a big factor in this lazy booking match. Uh, they always brought in this big dude to do his big things. I mean, why not just give him a match, dude? Why make him interfere in this match? I mean, and then there was like this cool spot, I guess. I mean, I'm saying it cool because some people will think it's cool. I think it was all right. Um, so this big guy comes in the ring because he was playing a big factor, and this is where the finish was going. Um, Sting was trying to do one of his backwards DDTs. I think he has a name for it. But I forgot. He was doing. He was holding the head back of
hmm
the big guy Satnam Singh. But he couldn't put him down. He couldn't do that DDT by putting him down. Um, so so Darby Allin, he goes on top rope and then does the coffin drop. So basically the big dude gets hit by two finishers. So that takes him out of the match. And I think the finish. What was the finish? And then the finish was like I think Darby Allin doing another coffin drop. No, he jumped. Yeah, no. Yeah, hold on. Let me look at the finish. Yeah, sorry. This is confusing. Darby Allin jumped off a top rope with coffin drop to aid Sting. Darby hits the coffin splash on Lethal and pins him.
Oh.
Yeah, but they also did that on the big guy. So they did like a double finisher on the big guy, and then I think Darby Allin went on top rope and then did the coffin drop and then like ended Lethal, and basically they got the win. And once again, lazy booking. That's it.
I was just going to say just like my final comment.
Hmm.
Um, like just last year, Darby got this like nice rub from CM Punk, where people were started looking more at him because he's the guy Punk chose to have his return match with, and then like it was a good match, but then like Punk put him over real good with like the whole after scrum thing
Yeah,
and with match, and like then he had like one of his best matches of his entire career with MJF, and that was like the best match at Full Gear,
yeah,
and now and just like compare it to now like 2022, he's carrying Sting it all out. He's carrying Sting at he's carrying Sting against like the House of Black. Then he's carrying Sting is like what you call it in Full Gear against Jeff Jarrett and like Jay Lethal. It's like so he's just like Sting is like become an albatross to him, and I understand Sting needs to I guess Sting didn't want to have his WWE run be the final run of his career. So I get that, but like Sting every time he wrestles, I'm just uncomfortable, and
No.
every time this top rope thing, I just like top rope like falling from like the crowd like New Jack.
yeah,
I'm like people like Wolf said that something along the line that Tony said they're making it the safest as they possibly can, and Sting doing like the safest dive he possibly can. And but I think the issue is like it's not that they're not trying and they're trying really hard. They're basically coming in groups so they can catch him. But like they've like it's still an uncertainty because Sting can just like basically trip or like something wrong may happen where he couldn't calculate his fall right and he'll get real hurt and like he's like as old as my grandpa is. And you don't want like a guy like that do this kind of thing just to impress people. And that's why I said he should like stop wrestling. I understand him wanting to like not like want like him wanting to go out in a right way, but it's just like this is not you should be doing. And I'm really uncomfortable. He'll get killed at this point.
yeah,
And who
Yeah.
but yeah, that's all I have to say.
Okay, well, I do want to say another thing. I'm sorry if Wolf if you have to say something, but I do got to say another thing. I said a lot already, but I'm going to say another thing. Um, Sting. Okay, first off, I agree with you. Like Sting, doing these matches is kind of scary. I feel like Tony Khan is basically fighting with fire when it comes to some of these people. He's putting them in dangerous matches, and I'm afraid that one mistake was gonna ruin them all. And majority of the matches as well, you see some injuries happening where they botch something and they start hurting one another. One of those instances happened with Pac because his nose was bleeding because of something that the Bucks did. I know injuries happen in many matches, and this is one of those matches where one of those like sports or
Mm-hmm.
sports entertainment where you're likely to get hurt. But there are safe wrestlers and there are unsafe wrestlers, and I feel like some of these guys are unsafe wrestlers. Like I don't see a guy like Randy Orton coming into AEW feeling safe about his health, because the goal is to give the illusion that this hurts a lot, but it's not to hurt them like to the point where they break their nose and stuff. But that's one point. Now this is something I wanted to bring up earlier. You said that so you said earlier like how you watch these matches. Did you watch like the whole pay per view on the same day and skip a couple of matches? Is that how you did it?
Well, when so to go on like a bit thing, so like this match happened a day after like it happened in 19 in your country, right?
Mm-hmm.
It happened in 20 in mine, and like the thing is, it happened 8 a.m. like 5 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
And like room, like if I had that room with the TV, is I would have watched that match no problem.
Mm-hmm.
Even though I couldn't because I'd like to skip certain things.
Mm-hmm.
Things, but so what happens is like I watch it a day afterwards. I record the show. I basically like leave my set top box for an entire day to record it and watch it when I'm free from work. I think it was on Sunday where I was completely free. So I watched this like after I recorded it. I don't watch it live. The only thing I watched live was Double or Nothing. But but yeah, like that's the
Did,
thing is that I watched it a day after, but I
did
recorded it live.
did you actually pay money for this pay per view?
Oh, we don't have to pay money. We could just like watch it on a TV.
Well,
We
see,
never.
see, I want to go. I want to go to India and watch it. But anyways, so here's. I don't know if they will like me there. But anyways, I didn't pay money to watch this either. So basically, you said that you had to record it, and then you skipped some of them, and you watched it all in the same day, right?
Yeah.
Well, I couldn't do that. I mean, so like I told you earlier, like the reason I want to mention this, guys, is because I found this interesting because like I made a point earlier where I said like all these matches were like very long matches, and it was like about 20 to 30 minutes of my time going in every single match, right? So that's how much my attention span was for these matches too. Like it's like I was watching these matches. I didn't think I would do a podcast about it, like be part of a podcast. I was just doing it because I want to review them. However, I'm sorry I couldn't watch the whole pay-per-view back to back because that was too much wrestling. Like the issue is the pacing of these shows. Like they make every single match seem like a main event, which is a spectacle for some people, right? But as a person who wants to watch wrestling, it's kind of draining.
Yeah.
So I actually took breaks to watch this whole pay-per-view. I didn't watch it in one day. It took me at least like 2 days to complete it, and I was taking small breaks. And that's why some of the matches like I don't really remember fully. It's
I
because I watched it a day apart. What's up?
I completely get you because I like the only time I decided to watch an AEW pay-per-view live was Double or Nothing. And that was at the time because I wanted to see CM Punk win that belt instead of being spoiled and then, oh well, I'll watch it now. So my the thing is with AEW, and because like also like the whole thing was unpredictable. So like it could have been gone either way. So I didn't want to. I was like really rooting for Punk, but I
Yeah,
had made the mistake of
Yeah.
watching it Double or Nothing at live. And like it's like 5 a.m. I think it came around like 10 a.m. And it's like a 5 hour pay per view. And I saw like I got way too tired. It's like just get to the main event already. And
you
that's
know, that's exactly it. It's like I was actually tempted to skip majority of these matches because a lot of them are just like dynamite matches to me, right?
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
mean, I mean, pay per view quality match would be Britt Baker and Saraya, right? But like a lot of them were like dynamite matches for me, and they've done a lot of them in dynamite too. So like I was tempted to skip majority of them and just go to the main event, which is MJF versus our boy, not our boy. I don't care about him. And Anderson. Oh
oh,
no, was it John Moxley? Right? Yeah, that was a dig at John Moxley, by the way.
oh,
I did that intentional. All right. So yeah, I was tempted to skip all of them and just go to the main event. But the thing is, I knew that I had to watch them because I wanted to give my fair take. And, even if I don't like it, I still want to give a fair take. I still want to watch it. I don't want to just go off of what people think, because some people just over exaggerate things when it comes to the good things or the bad things. Some people will say the Kenny Omega match was the most funnest match I've ever seen. When I watch it, I'm like, bruh, dog water, trash. I can play Call of Duty. You know. So moving on, I guess we're ready.
yeah,
So
because when a
yeah.
review is so long, and but I was going to say just like to add to this because that's like the general problem. In that if you're going to do like these 5 star matches, make sure to have as less matches as you possibly can.
Yeah.
But if you're having every 5 star matches, then don't put like 7 matches or 8 matches because there's like 10 hour. Like you're basically expecting people to stay like stay for 5 hours, and people will like get sleepy and they like sleep, and like that's why I was like lucky that the main event was getting as popular as it was because people would like be sleeping on MJF winning the AEW World Championship. And that was a miracle. You don't do this, and Tony doesn't understand sports. If you're going to have 5 star matches, make it like five. Don't make it 10. Nobody wants to see Jade Cargill, and crowd will like the NXT used to do those like what they were like takeover shows,
Mhm.
and takeover shows like take like 2 hours when the whole show is like around 1 hour, and that's like they do accomplish more where they have 5 star matches every time.
Yeah.
But at the same time, they're not doing it over like they're not overdoing it. Only the most important matches are in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can learn a lot from how NXT used to be.
I don't know, man. I just started appreciating WWE more, even though WWE isn't doing the best. You know what I mean? Like it's doing better than it was before. But I started appreciating WWE more after I watched AEW. I want to like AEW, but I just can't because of the way they do things. It's like ADHD booking.
And
Um,
just like last thing, because like there was a point in time where they do like one WrestleMania,
mhm.
and it was too long. I had to skip a lot of them because it's just too long.
Yeah,
And they like corrected that mistake by doing two WrestleManias. I know people don't like to see that, but it's like two WrestleManias is way better than one because you can put everything you want to do it in 2 nights, and
Yeah.
then you have like a much better show, which is like half the time is cut and everything you see is much better off than it was in 7 hours. But yeah, continue. That's all I wanted.
I agree, and I also agree with the
I
fact that
agree.
yeah, I agree, and I also agree with the fact that you said that. Look, if you want to do a bunch of 5-star matches, if you want to get into Meltzer's books, right? I mean, to be honest with you, like the Tony Khan himself wanted to be the Booker of the Year, so like he cares about Meltzer a lot. Um, but if you want to do 5-star matches, then do lesser matches. Okay, make like do like 5 matches, or okay, do 5 or 6 matches. Okay, and make them the best matches you people has ever seen. Instead of putting in more and more matches and making them go more like than like 10 minutes or 20 minutes. Some of these matches should have been 5 minutes. But now moving on. I'm gonna say though, bro, real talk, and
Hmm.
this is not offense to anybody. The next 2 matches I really didn't care about. So these are the matches I probably skipped most of it, and I got to the ending. So the next match is going to be the AEW Interim World Championship match. Tony,
Before you,
what's up?
I'll just like say one. I'm not going to waste too much time because I didn't watch the tag team championship match either. I watched Acclaim's rap, which was pretty good. Other
Which
than that, he turned, huh?
which was crap. Go on. Uh,
I thought I feel like he turned on Swerve, and that was the only takeaway. But before that, I like, you know what?
hmm,
This was like the most reaction an AEW women's match ever got, and that was between Jamie Hayter and Tony Storm. The match itself was pretty good.
mhm.
You know, I've always heard good things about Jamie Hayter, but I actually saw her one time and she's like really good. She's the best women's wrestler in that entire company. And people actually saw that, and when she ended up winning, even though it was also like doing like the whole Britt Baker Young Bucks shit where Tony Storm, and I'm not shitting you, and I'll keep it as short as possible. Tony Storm got hit in the belt, and basically, yeah, like she got hit in the belt, and so like yeah, she got hit in the belt, and like what do you call it? Jamie Hayter pinned her. She kicked out at two. Then Britt Baker joined in, stomped Tony Storm's head on the belt, and then and after that, Jamie Hayter did like the pile driver thing. She kicked out at two, and then it took Jamie Hayter to do like the Okada lariat.
Mhm.
I think it's called Rainmaker, and
Yeah.
and also that was after the exposed turnbuckle that Tony Storm ended up hitting. That was the deciding finisher. So Tony Storm like couldn't like didn't lose after a pile driver after getting stomped on with the belt. She didn't lose after getting hit with the belt once, and she lost after getting hit in the exposed turnbuckle and then the lariat. That is the finish. But yeah, like Jamie
Okay.
Hayter.
Okay. So I like how you say, "Hey, I'm not gonna spend too much time. I'm gonna keep it short." I wish Tony Khan thought about his match about his matches too. Like you're telling me this in a way shorter way than he had these matches being. You know what I mean? So that's why I find it funny that you say that. Hey, I'm gonna keep it short. I'm not gonna keep it long.
I
It
refuse to accept than his.
it keeps it keeps reminding me of like how Tony Khan was like booking these matches for like a long period of time. But I do want to say one thing. So although I didn't really watch this match, to be honest with you, because some of the matches you got to skip, because I honestly, because I this whole pay-per-views card didn't attract me too much. I just cared about MJF versus versus what do you call it, John Maxley. But that was rarely though. Like I don't care about that the build up for that one either. We'll talk about that build up later. But when it comes to this match, I gotta say, so this whole interim championship, right?
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
so this means that okay, Tony Storm lost her interim championship, so that means whatever record she had with it is gone, right?
She's
Yeah.
never a champion. That didn't count. She's just hold it. She's like the number one contender. So basically, Jamie Hayter is the number one contender. That is what that whole thing is.
Yeah. So what the heck does this do with her legacy with it? Like it just like it feels pointless at this point. To because this okay, keep in mind for those of you that are new, that don't know, this is the world championship for women, and the world champion is actually injured, so they decided to have like a number one contender hold a championship and have a
But
match.
what injury does she have? And you know what? Like Punk like fractured his foot, and but he showed up like 2 months later. I think he was like gone around like June. He came back around August,
Oh
with
no.
months. Well, yeah, like he got injured around June because we won the belt at May 30th. He got injured at June, came back around August before like the All Out. Thunder
Right.
Rosa was gone from I think August yeah, I think she was gone from August, and it's November now and she's still not back.
Okay.
So
Okay, but so understand this point that I'm about to say right now. So the reason I don't like this booking, this victory for Jamie Hayter, there's two reasons for it. One, uh, it really does like this is interim championship, right? And Tony Storm has been interim championship for a while now. So
yeah,
basically, her record doesn't matter of her defending it. So basically, it makes Tony Storm pointless, right? And then
Yeah.
Jamie Hayter, correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't this the first time she won the championship of any kind for a woman?
yeah,
Yeah.
he
Right,
won the
right.
that.
So her big moment is essentially a number one contendership title. She doesn't even own the real title.
Yeah,
So like it makes zero sense to have Jamie Hayter win here when it doesn't benefit Jamie Hayter. It doesn't benefit Tony Storm. So now what? She's gonna wait until like Thunder Rosa comes and then either lose or win. We don't know. But
I
this whole interim thing needs to end. It doesn't serve them any good.
Yeah, like if Thunder Rosa is taking this long, then she shouldn't be the like champion. Like, and you know, like I even if like Punk wasn't suspended, if he's going to be gone for 6 months, you don't you don't like just like let him keep the belt because
Yeah.
it takes 6 months are very long. It's not even like the UFC thing where you can have like fight like 3 fights a day, like 3 fights a year. But with what do you call it? With like Thunder Rosa, if she's really injured, like first of all, just how bad the injury is, that she's taking like 3 months or 4 months off, and second of all, like yeah, like you said that they were this excited for what do you call it, Jamie Hayter essentially winning a number one contender spot, and that's like because that is the closest we ever have to a world title.
Yeah.
But
That's
yeah,
sad.
yeah,
That fucking sad.
I
Yeah.
hope people.
Okay, think of it this way. This is like MJF winning the interim championship, right? This is MJF's first time winning the championship, and he's getting the fake title. He's not getting the
I'll
real one.
I'll do you better. Remember like how when Lex Luthor ended up winning by count out against Yokozuna, and
Yeah.
everyone, not everyone, but like Lex Luthor was acting like he just won the world championship, and everyone's like celebrating it, and he's so happy, and everyone's just like taking him out on his shoulder, like they acted like he won the world championship when like lost by count out. But yeah,
Okay, so I think we're done with that. We got two more matches, guys, and we're gonna be done soon. No
but
worries. What's up?
I think we got one more because after the acclaim, we only got to the
No,
main
no, no.
event.
I'm gonna say a few words about acclaimed that match. I'm gonna say something about that. Then we're gonna get into the next one. What you want to just completely skip them, pretend they're not there? I mean, we're doing a review on this whole freaking thing, right? We gotta
I,
talk about it.
Yeah.
Uh,
It's in Heat. They're not there. That was it.
all right, so here's the thing. I do got a few words to say because I did watch some of it. I didn't watch all of it. So the next match is the acclaimed versus Swerve in our glory, which kind of sounds like a kid would name themselves. I don't know.
I makes no sense. Even I can't even make a joke. But
So well, the one group loves to rap, and you can think whatever you want. I think it's crap. The
Mhm.
other group it just likes to. One thing I never understood about Swerve and Keith Lee is like why don't they have the same why don't they have their entrances mixed together? Why the heck do they need to enter like separately? It never made sense to me. Like if there's supposed to be a swerve in our glory, just come out together. So for a while they've been hinting at the fact that Swerve and Keith Lee are not happy with each other, and I don't
Yeah.
think they needed to present that in a world title match because that makes it like kind of like very predictable that these guys are gonna eventually turn on each other. So majority of the match they were basically working well together, Keith Lee and Swerve, even though Keith Lee did show signs of him not agreeing with him and stuff like that in some cases because you got the babyface in Keith Lee. Babyface, by the way, good guy, and then heel as in bad guy. So the thing is that they were working together in harmony for a while, and then all of a sudden, and once again, this match was also with full of false finishes, and for no reason making this longer than it's supposed to be. They there was a moment where I actually see at this point I actually don't even know what one of them did
Mm-hmm.
to get to the point where they were actually staring at one another, like Keith Lee and Swerve were staring at one another.
Yeah.
Um, and they were looking at each other in an intense way. And basically, what happened was like uh, Keith Lee
One
didn't
of
like the way. What's up?
one of them go like Swerve go like got a flyer, and I think this was like something in Have Rampage where Swerve was like cutting off Billy Gunn's fingers off with the pliers because that's what it implied.
Yeah.
So Swerve basically got the flyer again for some reason, probably to cut Max Caster's or Anthony Bowen's fingers
Oh,
off, to make
okay.
them bleed.
Okay. So I got this even better. I got this written. Swerve handed the pliers to Keith Lee, but Keith Lee threw them down. Swerve slapped Keith Lee across the face. That's what happened.
And Keith Lee just walked instead
Yeah,
of power bomb.
and then Keith Lee walked out on Swerve. Basically, that's what happened. So they brought up the plier thing, but it was like random in the match though. Like he didn't really need the plier. It was like a random thing. It's like one of the things I hate about AEW is the fact that they don't build up to it. So they never built up to this plier thing.
They did one terrible angle with this where Swerve allegedly kidnapped Billy Gunn and cut his fingers off. That's what it implied. But it's like
Yeah,
flyer in a what it's going to do. Are you actually trying to cut his fingers off so he could bleed to death?
yeah,
Because what can you do? Like you can't just like bonk Anthony Bowman in the head with it. Like that like wouldn't if that is the case, just get a fucking chair. But you literally trying to cut his fingers off. That's what it looked like.
Right. So basically, it looked like a handicap match after because Keith Lee just walked off. So I'm just thinking like what? Oh, okay. So I'm supposed to see Swerve in our glory in a big title match, and you see one dude just become doing like a handicap match all of a sudden. You know what I mean? One dude is like walking off, and then it's becoming a handicap match. How am I supposed to believe that Acclaim won fair and square? It makes them look weak, in my opinion. Because,
That
huh?
and even like Keith Lee like walked off, it still struggled to keep like beat Swerve in a instead of just like rolling up and then win. Like they rolled him up, Swerve kicked out. I think they did some tag while Swerve was wrestling alone, and then they did the finish, and that was the finish. It's like just roll him up and then win the match. Why does it need to be a finish?
No,
Yeah,
it makes no sense. They could have ended the I'm talking about the claim. They could have ended the matches a lot sooner, and I mean, they didn't even need this thing. Like this weird plier thing. They didn't even need that, but they decided to go with a shitty finish. I'm gonna say shitty finish again. Majority of the matches had shitty finishes. I'm sorry. These guys don't build up to it. This was
yeah,
horrible. Oh
yeah.
my god.
That you doing problem. There's a bit
and
of shit.
all their all out match was so great, and they can't never replicate that success. Like all out match was so great, but it had like such a terrible winner that the whole match cooled off. But then they had like a match at like like some I what AEW Grand Slam. It was shittier match, but people cared about Acclaim winning the belt. And then they had a cold match in a like a toilet break match where Fly was for some reason was involved, and the only reason it existed so Keith Lee can just like walk away on his partner and Acclaim get a win. That was the only reason it existed. Like
Yeah,
what
but I want to ask you this: couldn't they have done this against any other tag team? Like not in a pay per view. They could have done this on Dynamite any time. They could have done this a long time ago. We saw that they had some conflicts with one
if
another. But they had to do
if
it inside of a pay per view. Like, why waste our time seeing these
if
two teams go at it, and only
if
for the one of them to leave and then end of the match? Sorry.
if the second match wasn't as good as the first one, why did they have a third match? So they could have like an even worse match.
That's what
Like
happened. I think to me is this is the worst match they had. Uh,
Yeah, yeah.
okay. Do you guys got any final thoughts about this match?
my thoughts were over it. I skipped it. I like it wasn't like catch the
I,
grab.
I know
But
I know I know you were snoozing when I mentioned this match. It's okay.
I
Uh,
had I had no doubt this match.
all
Wait,
right,
wave it. I can't drive it. Watch it.
all right. Well, you know what? In the next
just
match, you guys will have a thought because we're gonna go in the main event. Are you ready?
Oh,
I was
I
I
want
was
to
going to
highlight. I want to highlight that match. But
I was
I liked it.
Okay.
I was going to say like one last thing because like before like the tag team championship match even happened, they
Hmm.
were saying the main event is coming up, but before we do that, we had one last stop. It's like so they were building, they were like hyping up the main event, but they said, "Oh wait, you can't get that. You have to go through one more match to get the match you want to see." But yeah, continue. That's what.
I agree with that, but the main event, I gotta say, the build up was trash. Especially with what they're doing with MJF. So you gotta understand, like MJF is a great heel, right? He's a great heel, but I don't think he's as great as what people make him out to be. I think some people overrate him, say like he's the next coming of The Rock or Stone Cold Steve Austin or blah blah blah. Bro, I don't see it. I'm sorry. There's like other guys that I see much better than him at the moment who have been who have actually got to show more of a variety to their stuff, right? Sometimes MJF can come across as repeated because he comes in, he talks trash about the crowd, and then he talks about the person that he wants to fight, then talks trash about the crowd again, and he
Mhm.
screams and yells and goes. It sounds like a Courage the Cowardly Dog sometimes. He's always screaming, but yeah, and screaming doesn't make the promo better, guys. I'm just saying. All right, you guys may know better than me, but
And
what were you gonna say, bro?
he's a better of smart ass than angry, and when he gets angry, like he's getting angry way too much for my taste too.
Yeah,
He also look as a better as a smart ass, but yeah.
like I said earlier, he was way, in my opinion, he was way better before he came back. Because like when he came back, he got this big pop and he got it in front of like CM Punk. He lost that heel charm, and I think we had a podcast back then where we did the all out review, I think. And then you remember like Chris Jericho saying, I would like to see MJF as a baby face.
I said it too, and I've regretted it because I just like realized that was like a terrible mistake. So
I told you it wouldn't be good. Come back, go on.
Yeah,
like it was a terrible
yeah.
mistake. I just like like I was just like reminded of all the things he said beforehand. So let me get this straight. So this guy has like talked about people's dead family members. He has done horrible stuff. He threw a guy from the top of the cage, and then like all of a sudden he made fun of people's alcoholism and like made fun of a guy being crippled. And all of a sudden he said, "Oh, I'm a good guy now." It's like, and like his entire appeal is that yeah, not only just the fact that he's a heel, but he's so committed to his role
Yeah,
that he never ever gives you the intent that there's a real guy behind him. He
exactly.
actually you believe he's like the real guy. And when if he turns heel, it just makes him look phony in the sense because not only does he have to change his style of matches, because he has to do a lot of baby with here, which means a lot of flips because that's what he can do. The other thing is, he literally just said all these things about these people, and you're going to expect me to believe he's this like nice guy now. And then it's like it's not even like the Stone Cold thing. Stone Cold can go either way, but MJF is like always like the heel guy. You can't just like turn him a baby face. That's like a horrible move. But yeah,
Okay, okay. So I do want to, yeah, thank you for bringing that up because I do want to mention some things. So here's the biggest issue I have with the MJF's build. All right, a lot of what he did as a babyface was contradictory to what he did as a heel. So back then when he was having a food with like Yuta, you know, what's his name again? Wheeler Yuta. Yeah, he was having a food with Wheeler Yuta, right?
Yeah.
So the thing that made it more intense was the fact that he beat up Tony Schiavone. You know, so MJF beat up Tony Schiavone. He did like the one of the most worst crimes ever, essentially.
yeah, beat up an announcer. Yeah,
And he beat up an announcer. So he was the first one to do it before Jericho did it. So the thing is that he got a lot of heat for that because he was getting cheered a lot. He was getting a lot of heat for that. Then all of a sudden he does a freaking U-turn, and then he starts caring about elders like William Regal and stuff. Like I don't know, man. Like when he like. And on the commentary booth, by the way, commentators are in AEW are another topic that are like worthy for a different video, but I don't like them at all. Tony Schiavone had to say that I don't like freaking MJF, but I get why he's doing this, he's doing that. Like, bro, like,
With
yo,
fair, with fair, it was a threat. It was a threat. A threat. It
it
was
was
a threat.
it was what?
It
If
was a
it
slick
a
swerve.
threat, it was a threat.
Mhm.
It was a threat. You are a patriarch. Jr. Jr. Say so. You are simply a devil.
Yeah,
He made fun of it. He made fun.
right.
He made fun of it. That's why I like JR. You
Uh,
thought he going fake.
okay. So I'm gonna move on with my point. So basically, yeah. So MJF, yeah. So MJF did a lot of contradictory stuff, and one of the things that really threw me off. Okay, so first off, I'm gonna go from point A to point B right now. So basically, I'm not gonna get ahead of myself. So basically, the firm thing, the whole story angle with firm was too convoluted for me. It was weird.
Yeah,
Like it just. I know the firm. I can't is not selling it for me. They're just horrible actors and whatever. Yeah, the firm is not doing it for me. His angles with the firm were not great. And then that Regal thing that he had, the promo he had. I mean, a lot of people were saying that this is the greatest thing ever. But essentially, what he's mentioning is WWE again. He's wanting MJF is saying that he wanted to be part of WWE, but Regal was the one that made it not possible for him to be part of WWE. So like, why? Like to me, that basically kind of degrades AEW and gives WWE more of the focus because WWE had more like more standards than AEW. That's what it shows to me. Although some people will look at it in a twisted way and say, um, one man's trash is another man's treasure, and MJF is a treasure for AEW. They're glad that he chose this place. But in my opinion, he's basically salty over the fact that he never became a WWE superstar, which is what makes WWE better. And then moving on to the other things, like when the firm basically beat him up.
hmm,
Um, Basically, this is done to basically garner sympathy for babyface. I just didn't feel that beat up at all. Like he went through the table. He got beat up by a bunch of guys, and he went through the table. I just didn't feel it at all because I'm so used to seeing MJF as a heel. I do not want to cheer for MJF. I just want to hate. I want to dislike him in a good way. But
yeah,
here they got an angle where he gets beat up and thrown through the iconic table, and then they got the iconic pose by a group of people that have hardly been there for long, that hardly have anything going for them besides the fact they're associated with MJF. And then MJF misses a week of Dynamite, and the only thing we got was like Regal and then some of Moxley stuff. And Moxley, I don't rate highly, to be honest. Out of the Shield members, um, he's by far the weakest in my opinion. Seth Rollins and Roman Reigns all the way.
Yeah.
And then the week after that, which was the go home show, right?
yeah,
All we got, no, not that was in the go home show, but the week before the go home show, all we got from MJF because they were the reason he wasn't there the week before that was because they were trying to sell the fact that he took a beating. Yet the week after, we see MJF not in the arena, but like on some sort of podcast doing a promo. Now, when he did that promo, right? I don't remember like every single word of it. I do remember like the parts that I actually did not like was the fact
hmm,
that MJF was kind of comparing himself to basically the big guys, the Rock, Stone Cold Steve Austin, the guys that actually carry the companies. Like he was comparing himself to that. While I get that, he's trying to do the same for AEW. but he tried to give AEW championship some sort of prestige by saying it's as big as those titles are, like the WWE title, which I
Hmm.
disagree with because the title is only as big as the company itself. And I don't think AEW is so big that like if MJF becomes a world champion, we are gonna see like a lot of people rooting for this guy. You know, I don't think it's as big as that.
I
He
to
What's
make
up?
it. He's just trying to make the belt over. He's just trying to put it over. But yeah,
No, I get that, but it doesn't. But as a person who as a person who has seen some of the champions, right, and has seen like how much prestige the AEW has, it's only been there for 3 years, so
yeah.
it technically. What's
Guys,
up?
you bringing like WWE guys and you're saying AEW championship. It's like just like bring up Ric Flair. I
Mhm.
think Dusty Rhodes and those are the guys like they're like not the WWE guys who didn't win WWE belts when they like reached superstardom.
Yeah,
You could have mentioned them instead of yeah, I all these WWE guys got these WWE belts, but I'll get bigger with this belt that is not
but
WWE. But
that's exactly my point. It's like you don't if you're gonna mention The Rock, John Cena, the Stone Cold Steve Austin, and stuff like that. I'm sorry, you're trying to put comparisons with yourself with them, and I don't agree with it. And that's what makes me turn off from your character, is because I'd rather see a good MJF than see a guy that's trying to be a Stone Cold Steve Austin, The Rock, John Cena, right? Let the fans think of that for themselves. Stop trying to make it seem like you are that. Like, and I get that he was trying to put it over, but it doesn't make sense because the title has only been given to Chris Jericho, Moxley, um, boring Hangman Page or whatever, and CM Punk, but it wasn't there for long. I mean, it's the least memorable championship for me for CM Punk.
he
Uh,
he caught it and then got injured. And
uh
like what
yeah. So like when he said that, I was like, dude, I get that you're a great guy, you're a great superstar, but you are not on their level yet, and I don't think you will be. That's my opinion. So when he said that, like it just took me out of the whole thing. Like I started like liking MJF. I think after he said that because it just those lines were not supposed to be said. Okay, moving on from that. I'm not gonna go on too much about it. Sorry. So the week after he actually MJF actually came out in the end. But this time it was like a okay. So Moxley and what didn't help is Moxley like mocked every single thing he said. It
hmm
made MJF look like a goof.
yeah.
And Moxley this night was also doing the same thing, but this time he was doing it with Regal. And the thing is that um, it wasn't that the MJF just came out right away. It was the firm that came out and they tried to beat MJF off, right? Now this whole time, now understand this. This whole time, you're thinking that the firm will play a big role in the main event. Well, that never happened. Okay, so you're not understanding why you don't understand why the firm is there, helping out MJF when MJF clearly doesn't want their want their support, and they beat up basically MJF before. So why they're supporting MJF all of a sudden, right? So when the firm comes out, you see this weird, wacky beat up sequence, right? I saw like some sequence where like our world champion wasn't even getting touched by the punches that he was taking, and he was acting
I
like he was getting hit. Right? What's up?
I saw that. I saw that.
Yeah, it was hilarious to me. So so after that, MJF comes in. Right now, this is supposed to be this big moment. MJF is wearing like those
Oh,
huh?
he became Supermax.
Yeah, MJF is Superman, but he's like he's not looking that well dressed. I guess. I mean, he has big arms. You see it. Like credit to MJF, he actually built himself very well. But it's not like he's looking like a superstar to me. He's just coming in and then he's doing one punch to each of the firm members. And the thing that took me off of this whole thing was the fact that the punches looked weak. Two, you could see the cameraman too in that scene. I don't know. I it reminded me of all the stuff that they've done with CM Punk before. Like CM Punk comes in and then he starts beating people up. They've done this sequence so many times where like someone just comes in and punches people. It's like seeing the same thing with a different superstar. I mean, different wrestler. And then after that, he comes in and then says that does his promo, which he's good at. Credit to him.
Mhm.
But moving on, like the build for this thing was horrible, trash. Like I'm not gonna say trash, but it was horrible. It was horrible. I didn't like it. I wasn't into it. I'm not into both of these wrestlers at the moment. Like I was okay. One of the things that really annoyed me is the fact that MJF doesn't really wrestle. Like he hardly wrestles. You see the champion wrestling more people than MJF. So it's like, are people going to see the champion wrestle, or are they going to see MJF,
I
the number one contender, wrestle? So
I like that because at the very least, like MJF wrestling less gets him over more because he's like the guy who talks a lot, but he's like also this weasel guy too. And if he's wrestling less, he's more special than if he wrestles every week. He's just like, oh man, it's the same shit. And that's why like I like him more because he knows what he's doing for the most part. But yeah, you can continue.
no, I know, no, I get that, but I just think that like, I mean, if the champion does it, then
What
I can see it. But MJF hasn't, like, okay, if MJF was built up like a star of in the stature of Roman Reigns, right? Where he can come in and then sometimes do a wrestling match, I would get it. But he's still young, he's still fresh, he should be doing more wrestling matches. That's my opinion about that. But if you
I
disagree, I totally get it. So
I'll agree with you in a different way. If both the champion and the challenger wrestle less, and because like the champion shouldn't be wrestling that much either, much as defend against people who
mhm,
are not number one contenders. If both the champion and the challenger didn't wrestle as much and focused on doing promo and stuff,
mhm,
or get physical but never have a match, that was a little bit better than the champion wrestling more or the challenger wrestling more because it Maxwell shouldn't be wrestling that much.
mhm,
Moxley, on the other hand, is a
mhm,
champion facing
mhm,
guys who not even didn't even earn the title shot.
mhm.
So why is he wrestling so much? And then the whole thing with Hangman, he's not
Right.
even the number one contender.
Yep.
He he's basically facing Moxley to have a right to face MJF, and that's so weird.
Yeah,
That's
that
what
is, no, that is weird. But I also feel like because like MJF's last match was with Wheeler Yuta, right?
okay.
I think MJF needed one match before this battle even happened. But because the reason is because he's trying to come across as a tough guy.
Yeah,
He's trying to say I'll get through a bunch of shit, that you throw at me. I'm just not falling for it because he hasn't had those matches yet. So that's the thing. It's just like a lot of the promos that MJF did. Um, I mean, they were good, but if you were to think logically about them, then they didn't make sense. And that's the issue I have with MJF in this whole build, is that he's a great promo guy, but he doesn't make it believable for me that he's really this into it.
him
Because
acting good guy in the first place is a terrible move
yes,
because like shitted on that entire company, and then he's coming back,
yes,
and then he's like doing this thing of, well, I'm a good guy and I'm going to win fairly and squarely, and then he's like you talked about the firm thing, yeah, it's like it's so stupid. That's why I like called him Superman because he just like became Superman. It is so unbelievable.
right,
I'm not defending the Punk thing either because that was terrible too. But at least Punk had like an entire stable helping him, and then he just like took
mhm,
out some handful of guys.
right.
Maxwell just took out all of them, while Moxley and William Regal can't do anything alone. And that was so weird to see. And that's why I said like the whole firm thing. I hope that is like the last time we ever see a firm because I'll get to my review, but yeah, you finish.
Okay, so basically, yeah, I mean, this is why, like, so basically, just to let you guys know my point, I basically whatever the reason I didn't like this build is because whatever MJF said, it wasn't believable to me. Because the real reason I liked him as a heel was that he was believable, but him turning into a face wasn't a believable thing for me. Like everything he did contradicted what he did before, and that to me just made this worser. And I think MJF, since he's returned, has been very cool down in my opinion. And I think if he continues the same route, by the time 2024 comes up, I don't think WWE would want him because of how cold he will be because of the way he's booking. And I feel like he's not the only one that's suffering from this. It's every single other wrestler in this roster that's suffering from this. They just can't stay hot for too long. They just dry down. And I think MJF is going to that route. But I could be proven wrong because as I get into the match, he does win the championship. And I guess I'm gonna give a few thoughts about the match itself. Then I'll let you talk, Mister Bairer. But sorry guys, like I know I'm going through a big tangent about this whole build up thing, and I just felt like letting it out. So the match itself, right? Like MJF is not a bad wrestler by any stretch of the word. I mean, I know personally, I think his promos are a lot better than his matches usually, and I mean that's once again my opinion about it, because he
Mhm.
does some goofy shit in some of them. And in this match alone, I could say that he was being the baby face, and then you could see Moxley being the heel. Like he was like pretending to be a heel, even though this was essentially a baby face versus baby face. But Moxley was playing a heel because the crowd was supporting MJF.
Yeah.
Um, you, you in almost every match that I've seen so far, that knee issue always gets brought up by MJF. He's always selling that knee. Uh, I don't know what's wrong with it. Maybe he had some sort of injury in the past, but he did a self-inflicted pile driver on the edge of the cage, on the edge of the ring. That messed up his freaking leg, his knee. And instead of people looking at Moxley's injury because he took the head bump, not the people, the commentators. The commentators instead talked about his knee more than Moxley's bump, which basically ruined the spot for me. And I'm not sure if he was trying to, because there was like a table set outside of the ring. I'm not sure if he was trying to actually jump down and do a pile driver through that. I'm not sure if that was like a botch or whatever, but either way, he screwed up his knee from there, and then from there on, you had Moxley basically work on his knee. And one thing I really don't like about Moxley matches is because he starts to like either bite someone. Oh yeah, one thing that I found very goofy was Moxley had his face on top of freaking MJF, and you would think that he's doing something lethal with him, but no, he was rubbing his beard against his forehead.
I
Against,
thought I
what's
thought he
that?
was I thought he was licking his forehead. It's like, what the fuck? Why is he
Yeah,
licking?
I know either, but he was rubbing his beard against MJ's forehead, and I found that weird. I really hate when AEW superstars do that stuff. Like, bro, it's weird. Um, and then I saw one instance where MJF was kind of trying to do like the Rock or John Cena thing, where he was doing multiple punches and trying to end it with something goofy. I mean, MJF throughout this thing kind of just looked like one of those guys that were trying to be the Rock, John Cena, and stuff like that. In my opinion. Um, but yeah, as far as the finish was concerned, that was a weak finish, bro. That was a horrible finish. So basically, this whole storyline was about how MJF is not going to cheat to win, and
Yeah.
the guy that was telling him that you shouldn't cheat to win, it was Regal. So MJF was going to use his ring to beat Moxley after the ref was gone, right? Like there was like two different refs in this one, and they both got beat. So Moxley was going to use his ring to beat no. So MJF was going to use his ring to beat Moxley, but Regal comes out and says, "Don't use your ring." He ends up giving him like his brass knuckles instead.
Yeah.
Regal, the guy that started Blackpool Combat Club, and ended up basically turning on his own student or something, and he allows the guy that he told not to use cheating things to allow him to cheat and win the game, win the match.
Yeah.
That to me was a shitty finish, and that win that MJF had, I just didn't feel it like a big deal for some reason. It just didn't give me that big moment feel. You know, like how when people win big championships sometimes, right? You feel like, oh, they won a big championship, but this to me was so bad. Like the finish was so bad that I just was like, bruh, what? Anyways, that's my thoughts.
Wolf. Wolf. Wolf.
Did we lose him?
I think. But yeah, I had like a different opinion than yours. Um,
It's okay. We can fight about it. Let's go.
yeah, like the first, I was going to say like, um, I think I need to start. Yeah, so like I think the face turn thing like was horrible, and Hangman just like like the whole thing screwed up the moment Hangman joined in. And I'm not even trying to shit on the guy. It's like he just joined in the middle of a feud between Moxley and MJF, and then it's like taking up space, and like the whole feud should be carried by MJF and Moxley instead of Hangman Page. I don't know what's up with that. What you did?
No, he's not
No.
here.
Okay.
He has himself muted.
Okay. So that is one thing. The other thing I was going to say, like, like you said, like, like MJF, like, is not that like he's like a better talker than wrestler. I like guys. Like you would think that because that is what he presents himself out to be, and it's like the whole Punk thing. Punk can do a lot more than he lets on, but Punk, and it's not even Punk, it's John Cena too. They can do a lot more than they let on, but they don't do it because they know what to do and what not to do. Same goes with Randy Orton. Randy Orton is not trying to present himself as the best wrestler in the world. He's presenting himself as the dangerous guy ever. Maxwell Jacob Friedman is like wins me over because he's not doing things one after another. He's doing what he needs to do, and he's like the weasel guy. So he's only doing. If you want to watch like his great matches, you can watch like his match with CM Punk either at Dynamite or Revolution. His match with Jungle Boy or Darby Allin. But I like MJF more like when he like I like his style of wrestling because it fits his character and it fits whatever he's trying to do. He's a weasel, so he's not going to do any of the flipping thing. He can do it, he just doesn't do it.
Okay, so I want to interject here. So I like that part too. Like I agree with that. I like the fact that he doesn't do a lot of flippy shit. He's not like every single wrestler, but it's just that some of the goofy stuff he does sometimes, like I've seen like one instance where I forgot which match it was, but like where he was like doing pins after pins, and then he was doing some sort of circle around the thing. Like there's some goofy stuff he does in the matches that that just throw me off. Okay, so I know he doesn't do the flippy stuff. I'm glad that he doesn't do it. He tries to be different, but it's not like I find the other stuff that he does. Like sometimes he come across as and I'm gonna say this, and you may disagree with it, but sometimes he comes across as Orange Cassidy because with his shenanigans, some of the goofy stuff he does, like that's the reason it takes me off of the match and stuff. It just feels like he's trying too much with some things, but otherwise, like I do respect the fact that he doesn't try to be a flippy guy.
But it's like he has like a lot of flashy moves. But yeah, like I see what you're going by. I just don't feel that way
Hmm.
because I like the that a guy who can do a lot more, but they don't because they don't fit their character. That's why I wish Kenny Omega could be a lot like that. Even Shawn Michaels, a guy who's built his entire career on being this like amazing wrestler, doesn't do a lot that he lets on. A lot of the times the reason he had like as long a career as he did is because he doesn't do unnecessary things. MJF knows what to do and what not to do, and when he's like the lethal guy. But yeah, the whole babyface match that he's having, where he's like the babyface in here, he really needed to do a lot more than he did here. And I get the whole thing of yeah, you're still a heel and you're still doing the whole bait and switch. I like the bait and switch better, and I'll tell you why later. But I didn't like this match. Okay, so I like this match, and I like this match for one reason, and it is simply because like the people, like like in wrestling, I understand why this is awesome chance of fight or forever chance happens. I understand why. If you like a match, you'll appreciate it by express it. But I don't like, but I don't like them simply because of the fact it takes away. Because in your mind, a winner doesn't matter. You just liking the match. So, for example, if the wrong guy wins, if the match is amazing, you're going to be like, yeah, it's the greatest match ever. I think the NJF Moxley match to me worked simply because of the fact people really didn't care about how the great match is going to be, but more of who's going to win. And that is how I wish wrestling matches are more like because you're not just even the Daniel Bryan match with the what do you call it, Randy Orton and Batista. Nobody cheered. This is awesome. They wanted Bryan to win because they cared about him, and that is what MJF tried to do, people cared about him so much. They wanted him to win instead of having a 6-star match. But ignoring that, um, I like that. I like the fact that throughout the entire, if there's one saving grace throughout the entire feud, is that MJF was like a lot of unusually respectful towards Moxley, and Moxley's just like, nah, you're terrible, you're not that good. He just comes across as cocky, and like he's make himself out to be this guy you want to hate and you want to root against throughout that entire feud. And you really wanted to see MJF win after all of that thing. I'm not saying Moxley is that great, but I think Moxley did something that might have benefited the whole program.
Okay,
Do you?
okay, I do want to add something to this. So basically, I just want to make it clear. Like when it comes to MJF's matches, I don't really dislike them all that much. I'm just saying what I'm trying to basically say is that I prefer his promos over his matches
I
because that's all
understand.
because that's all he does. Because most of the time he's doing promos, right? If I want to get into his matches more, I just want to see him wrestle more than he is.
Yeah,
What his booking is so that he wrestles very rarely, and he does it so that way he doesn't injure himself, right? But I honestly feel because he's a new upcoming star. If I'm to compare him to other wrestlers that have achieved greater things like The Rock, John Cena, uh, Stone Cold Steve Austin, he needs to show that he's a workaholic. He needs to show that he will wrestle when he needs to wrestle. And I'm not saying
or
wrestle as much as Moxley. I'm saying at
or
least do one match, maybe every 2 weeks or something.
yeah, like or don't do the whole babyface thing again. It's like that's what I'm saying. Like he shouldn't be like the babyface guy because then you're presenting yourself as a hard worker, and the only thing we can go by is that you were never given the belt for a long time, and it's now your time. And that is the only thing that is making people want to see him win. They didn't care about the whole thing,
Mhm.
and that was like the only thing. Like they did certain things with Moxley, where Moxley is just like being this cocky champion. But yeah, like Moxley is wrestled more than MJF, and MJF like the babyface. How can you like buy into it? But yeah, I see your point here. So the
Yeah,
other thing to say
yeah.
is
So
that like Moxley, I like that he was like being cocky. He's not taking this seriously. But Moxley has this thing of doing too much, and I don't know whose idea. I think it was Moxley's idea, where he said, "You know what? I'll pile drive you to the whole table." It's like that's the dumbest thing, and this is where I got kind of annoyed. That's like the dumbest thing you can do. So this guy takes a pile driver to on the head on the table, and he just like gets knocked, gets kicked, like manages to like come back, and damn, that's like the hospitalization angle over there. It's one thing to do a pile driver, but then do on a table, and like the whole thing looked brutal. And
okay,
again, taking chances.
you brought up a good point, and I think that see this is like a false finish that should have ended. This should have ended the whole match, right? So I agree. This pile driver through the table was so impactful that it kept MJF there till like the 9 count. But I think that this should have ended the whole match because that's how devastating it was. It makes it look weak if they do it like that. But go on.
They shouldn't have done that, and
Mhm.
it's like you already saw like a tombstone pile driver on the apron, and like you said that like he gets his knees injured. I see the thing because he does it a lot more than he lets on. But I think the way it he does it makes sense because it's like done like like in the corner if you're hitting your knee pretty hard and it's like the hardest part of the ring, you're bound to get hurt. But he does it so often you can't really see it. I liked it when he did it with Darby Allen. But yeah, he does it a lot and he needs to kind of stop it.
No, like no, but it looks like makes him look like a doofus though. Like, bro, if you're gonna hurt your knee on the ledge, why are you doing it? Like, it
Like
makes me think of that.
uh so you took a tombstone pile driver and
Yeah,
like you basically got your knee wrong in the side of the ring, you're injured, you can't walk properly, but you take like a pile driver on the table and you're somehow able to wrestle.
yeah.
That's it.
See, that's
And
that. That's what I mean about him as a wrestler. I respect the fact that he's sorry to cut you off again. I respect the fact that he's a limited wrestler. He doesn't do all the flying shit that others do. But at the same time, he does some illogical things in the match sometimes that it makes me wonder what the heck am I watching. You know what I mean? So I like I know MJF can do some amazing flashy stuff, but I just don't like every single thing he does in the match. That's the problem.
And so there is that. Um,
I actually
I
forgot one spot. Can I mention it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so MJF was on the top rope,
Oh,
and oh, you were about to say that, right?
yeah,
Yeah, MJF was on the top rope, and then what's his name? Moxley was there too. And then correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't Moxley do a big DDT with his finisher off the top rope?
yeah.
Right. That should have ended the match. But the
At
reason
least
it what's
rope
up?
break. At least we did a rope break. We didn't need to move much. But yeah,
I
like that.
no, I get that. No, bro, I get that. But you know, I watched wrestling enough to know that they could have landed somewhere else besides the rope place, right? So
Yeah.
like I get that he got out because he grabbed the rope, but I just feel like that match should have been the most devastating move. Like after the table spot, that match was the most devastating move ever. And Moxley has finished so many guys with that move, right? But he's doing it off the up of the rope. That's deadly. You know, he should have been knocked out. So the fact that he ended up like getting to the ropes and the fact that that wasn't the finish annoyed me too. But go on.
Because yeah, like there are certain things you shouldn't do, and that's where I was like, I think Moxley basically took over. He said, you know what? Let's do this and that. It's going to get you over, but it's like it just sacrifices the whole thing. I like this match.
Mhm.
I like it in the all out match, but I was going to say like I was like you couldn't have you really didn't do to do you really didn't need to do this and that. So the final thing in that is like what do you call it? The William Regal tour. So I am interested in finding out where does it lead the Blackpool and like Blackpool Club. I hope it ends, it disbands, and everyone just do their own thing. But with William Regal, I like the whole. I don't like. I don't know. But I was going to say I like this better than I thought they were going to do. I never thought MJ was going to turn babyface because even MJ is like, you know what? I'm not going to do this. I've spent too much time trying to build this character up. I'm not going to just turn a babyface and wrestle my entire style of wrestling just to appease to some people. So I was like actually worried that it's going to be the firm because besides the fact that firm and MJF should never be together, it was a bad idea that should be left on the dark. Besides that, it wouldn't make sense for MJF to get power bombed and then basically kick a guy on the net and then said it's all a swerve, bro. That way, like it would have been like Vince Russo booking. I think the William Regal one is like better in the sense because William Regal was never really outright shitting on MJF. He just said you needed a lot to prove, but he basically lit a fire under his butt. But if you like listen to his, if you listen to him closely, he never really outright said anything bad about MJF. He always said you talented and I could see myself in you, but you take things too far and you don't have that fire something whatever. So and like William Regal used to do villainous things, so him basically taking MJF under his wing or like the passing of the torch thing, I think it works. But and what's the other one? And I'm not saying it's the most preferable option because you can't hate William Regal. And if he helped the guy people wanted to see win, you never not going to hate William Regal. But it's more interesting now if it were the firm or MJF winning clean because if MJF wins clean, he's a babyface. If the firm interferes, it makes the whole booking look terrible because MJF basically got hurt over a prank. But the William Regal thing makes the most sense out of the previous option available.
Okay,
That should.
okay. Even though I understand where you're coming from with that, like I completely get it. I just kind of disagree with it. Simply because I'm actually confused. Like before you told me about like how this makes sense, right? This whole time, I was kind of confused about what just happened. Like, why did William Regal just give him the buckle thing, whatever you call it, the knuckle
I,
thing?
I
What's
was
up?
few too. I was few too. But Matt explained it.
Yeah,
He was
no, I was confused with the fact that William Regal gave him the knuckle thing. But like, even then, even if I understand it completely, it still doesn't make sense to me because William Regal said like William Regal wanted MJF to prove him wrong about him needing something to win, but MJF ends up doing exactly that. He proved that he can't win without any weapons. So
well. I
Well,
think he specifically said the ring, and MJF said, "Well, I'm not going to use the ring." So I guess that was like, yeah, I'm not lying, but I'm also
yeah, he's not lying.
yeah, but still, bro, like he still used the weapon to win. Like I was like, I'm not expecting him to get a clean win or something, but I'm like, okay, so okay, I'll say it this way: if William Regal decided to punch what do you call it, the other guy, what's his name? Yeah, Moxley. If William Regal decided to punch Moxley, by doing a cheap punch, I would have seen it. I would have seen MJF winning with a clean win, but I don't see it as a clean win when MJF is using it. You know what I mean? So, and one other thing, if they're gonna turn MJF heel again after all that stuff, all the build up they did for the babyface, I think it would be a terrible swerve. You know, because
think
why the heck did MJF get beat by the firm only to
like
turn into like heel again?
I think that's why I said like firm should never help MJF, and they need to like disband that whole thing.
Yeah,
But I don't think MJF ever turned babyface, but he's like making people think he's a babyface because he's still doing heelish things, and
Yeah.
he was sick when people he's doing a babyface promo.
Wait, you
I
did.
think
Wait, you guys did a Pat Carson? A Pat Carson after that? Did?
yeah, and then he said you parting on my every word, and you feel sympathy for the devil. Yeah, and that's what I said. It's like he fooled people, but he didn't outright lie. And then it's like the thing of William Regal thing. Like I wouldn't have had Regal. You know, like again, like Regal helped the guy people wanted to see win. You know, it's never going to make you really hate it. But I wanted to say it's like because now Regal's gone, and you know John Moxley is going to be gone because John Moxley one is I think he's taking a vacation.
he will be taking Wicked, yeah.
Yeah, he'll be taking his holiday.
Yeah, but
But
yeah, bro. But my point is that this is like all over the place. This is like all over the place booking. The fact that we're even having the discussion about it, right?
yeah,
It's just all messed up. Like if you look at it as a whole, it's all messed up. Like I don't want to have to second guess if MJF is a face or a baby face or if he's a heel, if he's a baby face or a heel. Like it just it looks like a car crash to me. You know, it looks like a bad car crash. So like yeah, bro. Like while I understand your point of view, at the same time I can counter your point of views with other stuff that they've already done, and it just contradicts everything. You know, like if
whole
he goes,
build up,
what's up?
the whole build up was terrible. And if they
Yeah,
didn't have build up, that
I'm
would have
gonna
been a
I'm gonna ask you a big question. All right. I don't know if it's big or whatever, but I'm gonna ask you this: why the heck did MJF compare himself to The Rock? To why did he do that promo, The Rock Stone Cold promo, if he was gonna turn into a heel again? Because if, as a heel, he's never gonna reach that level. I can guarantee you that.
he. I think he's being cocky, but that is the only explanation I can give.
Like,
I
like if you're gonna carry the company, do you think a heel is gonna carry the company? I mean, we're not gonna compare. I mean, Roman Reigns is not is a heel, but he's not. It's not like he's carrying the company like that. I
Yeah.
mean, let's be for real. Rajaya,
He
what's up?
kind. Well, Wolver kind. Yeah, carrier company. Yeah.
Well, you could say that he kind of is, but he isn't like you get what I mean? He's like a whole different level of a heel. Like he's in a whole different level. People like him because he's like a final boss. And he has a look, and he has the way he talks, and the way he, like the thing I like about Roman Reigns is like a whole different discussion. But the thing I like about him is the fact that he doesn't need to speak. He just needs to stare at you to make you feel something, right? MJF doesn't have that. He needs to open his mouth a lot. He's total opposite. So him being just a heel as a champion, I don't think he's gonna be on the same level as The Rock, John Cena, any of that. So like, why did he do that promo if he was gonna end up becoming a heel again? But the thing is, we don't know if he's a heel again or if he's still a babyface. We're gonna find that out on Wednesday. But
I know. I think in the press conference he pretty much said that he's a heel, and you know, like
Yeah,
dumb
he
what
hell, he hell, he hell, he
he
hell.
just he
He
just
fooled
fooled
it.
he just
okay,
fooled us.
He fooled it.
he didn't fool us at all. I'm gonna be honest. He just made us feel more dumber than we are. That's what happened because this was I don't know, man. This was messed up, bro. Like he took a
Whoever
beating. Sorry, what?
like it's like it was like some like I didn't see the whole like I preferred the Regal thing, but he did nothing to fool us all. Whoever he fooled, I don't know how they.
I
He
that's what
tap out a mark. He fool. He tap out. He aim at a mark. He tap out on marks.
that's my point. Is this is dumb. This is stupid. This is just this is not. This makes MJF look bad. I'm sorry. It just does. I like MJF, but he fooled nobody besides himself.
Yeah,
At
Uh,
least he's a champion, and he
yeah,
can do things.
yeah. And as a heel, I'm gonna say right now, and maybe I will be wrong. Maybe I'm, but he will never be as on the level of Reigns, the Rock, John Cena, by just being a heel like that. I'm just gonna say
Well,
that right now.
I'll just say like here's the thing because you said you might not agree with it,
Hmm.
and and I think I need to like move on to something else. But I was going to say I think him talking about WWE makes a lot more sense because he's not like the guy, oh, WWE is terrible or something like that. He's always bringing up his like 2024 contract. And you know, like how he's saying that if you don't pay me enough, I'm just going to leave this company and go there. And you know, that's like a complete dick move because people just hate guys who just like want to leave the AEW because it's such a fantasy wonderland. The other thing is, like in the whole Regal promo, I think like you know if you just like shitting on the company, I wouldn't like it. But if you like basically using that thing as like let's not pretend that the other company doesn't exist. That just makes no sense. But I think I liked it simply because of the like MJF can do it simply because he's doing it differently. He's not shitting on the company for the sake of shitting on the company. He's using the WWE origin story for a reason of yeah, I wanted to be there and you messed it up and now I'm here and now you're coming in my company. I think it's like the same Punk thing. Like Punk, like WWE the mention was used, but that was simply because like we shouldn't forget where Punk came from,
Hmm.
and I think that is where I
No,
like doing it.
okay,
But
I
I think
no, look, I get that he's not completely shitting on WWE, right? But the problem is that by not shitting on the WWE, rather they shit on WWE, rather they do not shit on WWE. The thing is that uh they're still falling on WWE's cocktail to get as far as they are. They're not building that alternative for me that they're supposed to be. This is not supposed to feel like WWE. The WWE is WWE. Let it be WWE. Uh,
well,
it, it-
I was going to say like the bigger issue is if you've seen so many people do it, like Jericho's entire thing is like he's a sports entertainer and he's doing WWE shenanigans. So when MJF does it, it's like more so same. It's the same shit. If MJ is the only one who's doing it and nobody else does it, it's not just like shitting on the company, but more like if you don't pay me money, I'll just go over there
right.
or bring people spark from there. That's
No,
what I've worked. Like
no.
everyone's doing.
Okay, but that is exactly my point. Is that like you? Thank you. You actually added on to what I'm trying to say. You may bring up on a good point. Basically, if everyone else is gonna be talking about WWE, right? Like most of these guys talk about it. They have to mention WWE. WWE is not mentioning AEW, by the way. They
Yeah.
and if they do mention AEW, they do like little hints. They don't clarify what they're trying to say, and I think that's what they should do. AEW, but the thing is like I'm trying to watch an alternative, right? I don't want to be reminded of WWE. I already watched WWE. I watched both, but I don't want to be reminded of WWE. The fact that they're using WWE so many times, and MJF is not even a WWE wrestler. I would understand the CM Punk thing, but the fact that they're using WWE like that, like I just feel like it's very unprofessional, and they need to move on from that. And I get that their fans are there, most of them, because they don't like WWE, but they need to stop mentioning that
And
and move on. And also this whole that 2024 thing, bro. What if I'm just saying? What if that year comes and then he just has signs an extension with AEW? You know, it will look bad on MJF for hyping that up for WWE fans. You know, he's trying to get eyes from WWE fans onto him, which is smart. But at the same time, it could be a double-edged sword if he decides to basically sign an extension. And what is he going to do now? Then let's say he signs a 4-year extension. Is he going to say, "Oh, wait until 2028"? What's going to happen? Like, bro,
yeah,
it's just cheap way to get publicity, and I'm not falling for it anymore.
like another thing I was going to say is that like like since he's ended up winning the championship, I think it was like a good. I don't know how you feel about it.
Mhm.
Since he's like an AEW World Champion and they whole bungled the whole his pipe bomb thing up so badly. I don't think WWE messed up CM Punk's pipe bomb thing that badly. At least
Mhm.
during his entire WWE journey, WWE title journey. For the first title reign, they did it flawlessly without any issues. With MJF, they bungle it so badly that they have to do something better afterwards. So I was going to say like MJF as a world champion, I hope he gets like a long title reign, hopefully longer than Kenny Omega. I think I this is like the one guy I didn't even feel that way with Punk. I think Punk should have lost the title soon to MJF, but with what do you call it? Uh, MJF, he needs to have like a long title run. But I was going to say to capitalize on the whole pipe bomb thing and everything else, like so this guy like come up with this salute like idea that MJF should basically hold up the AEW World Title hostage and say, "Hey Tony, if you don't pay me too much money, I'll leave the company with the title, and you're basically left with no champion." What do you think about that? And it's like an entire 2023 thing. Like the entire year he
Mhm.
spends on basically holding the belt hostage. What do you think about that?
I think it'll be like a rehash of the CM Punk stuff, and he did take a lot of stuff from CM Punk, so I would hope that he does something different with it. But what you're
Hmm.
trying to say is that he should hold it till 2024, the championship.
No, like he basically holds it hostage, and like how
Hmm.
Punk was basically, I'm
No,
going
no,
to leave the belt anyway.
yeah,
With
yeah,
MJ, going to
no.
leave unless you pay me more money.
Okay, but here's the question I got. So basically, that whole thing that he's talking about, right? Like the money thing. You know, like he gets his contract is gonna be up by 2024,
Yeah.
right? Do you want him to hold that till like that day happens, or do you want him to hold it hostage before then?
When he's holding it, he's obviously holding it hostage
Yeah.
because he's like, I'm leaving, and if you don't pay me money,
Mhm.
I'm I'm only going to stay if you pay me more money. Otherwise, I'm taking that belt off. With Punk, it's like I want to make this thing better, whatever. And
Personally, okay, personally, I get that, but personally, I would like him to be a little different than Punk. I would like him to do. I would like him to focus on AEW, making that brand bigger than it is. Because if you just keep mentioning WWE, you're essentially making your fans think about
well,
WWE as well. You know what
well,
I mean?
I get that, but it's like he's constantly bringing up the whole 2024 thing,
Hmm.
and he's a world champion, and it's not that long between 2022,
Hmm.
like it's that long now to 2024 now, because it's an entire year of 2023. I think he has like 1 year or some months left now. So
Yeah.
that's what if you combine those two, would you think like on the whole, particularly on the whole pipe bomb thing that MJF did, would that be a good idea?
I don't think it would be a good idea, but I can see him doing that though. I can see him doing that. I don't think it would be a good idea because I would personally, I would like him to differentiate himself from Punk, and I would like him to not use the 2024 thing as a way to garner some sort of fan base. Um, because the more booking he gets, the more less relevant he's gonna be, and I'm afraid that he'll get to the point where I don't think WWE fans will care about him enough in 2024. And I personally don't care at this point because I really don't know what he's gonna do in WWE at this point. I don't even know if he's gonna be a big superstar over there, with the
I
way he's booked. What's up?
I like MJ will have like better guys to work with, but I don't think he fit. I think in AEW he fit because He's like anti AEW. But yeah, like you know what? I think Tony Khan will do whatever in his power to cool down MJF to a point where WWE don't want him anymore.
That,
So he
that
can say, "You stay here."
that's my prediction actually. And when it comes to the championship, right? Like, I like that you brought that up because that's another topic we can talk about before we end the stream because it's been a while. Um, I think and this is just my prediction. I could be wrong. I don't think. I think MJF is a great chaser than a guy that holds the title. I don't think he's gonna elevate it any different than any of those other people. But his booking makes far more sense as a champion than it does as just a final boss. No, as like as a babyface who hardly wrestles, basically.
He's he's like a top heel
Mhm.
that never ends up with a belt. Now he's like a top heel and has the top prize. So I'll see. I want to see the world title run.
I want to see it as well. I want to see what will happen in it. But I personally think that his booking will make far more sense as a champion because he'll be like a final boss, right? That people want to beat. So he could probably if he's a heel, if he remains a heel, and I think he's like you guys said he's a heel. He'll put the challenger into a bunch of tests and kind of if they book him like they did with Warlow, I think it will make far more sense. Although it can get repetitive, but I don't see him elevating this title any further than the previous champions. But I'll be gladly proven wrong.
Well, I hope that he makes it better, especially when Punk's gone. But yeah, I'll say, but I think like I'll let that be the one to wrap it up because like we have like
Mhm,
one topic. You know what? I was going to like spend some time into it,
mhm,
but it took like 4 hours, and I'm just going to make certain things quick.
mhm,
Brought like the CM Punk thing, right? And I've said that I don't think he's leaving because if he's leaving, he would have left a long time ago.
mhm,
And you like the whole no compete clause over WWE wouldn't just mean anything because he doesn't want to be there. And he's like he's just like laughing everything off and like EVPs and Jericho and it's like not even Tony. I think Tony just letting it happen, but I don't think he feels that way.
mhm,
It's Jericho and the EVPs who are constantly poking him. But I think the bigger issue is like because like the whole fuck you chant, the fuck you punk thing happened simply because they're all believing something that's being coming from Dave Meltzer. And they'll say, well, it's coming from multiple sources. No, the multiple sources is Dave Meltzer. If you see any of these reports, they're citing Dave Meltzer, who
Yeah.
has these sources. And I'm like, this guy, Dave Meltzer, he's he's literally. I'm not even going to hate the fact that he's doing it with Punk. I had issues with him, I think, 3 years ago. I think around 2019, even before that. And he has this thing where he reports on bullshit, and
Yeah.
it's so ridiculous to even believe. He reported on the fact that WWE had like when they were like in Saudi Arabia, they got trapped and they were fearing for their lives. And Seth Rollins, who they're presenting as this complete douchebag, like basically did a lawful speech, and it's like none of this were true. Seth
Yeah.
Rollins came out and said that's not true. And though if let's think about it, if there was already AEW and the fact that people were fearing for their life and they're independent contractors, they don't have to be in WWE. They could just like leave and like take their days off. They could just sit their entire contract out. Why is it? And like people were believing that they were making WWE out to be worse than it was. And WWE was terrible, but it's not that bad that they'll kill people off. Second thing, in Dave Meltzer, I think was like constantly doing these like things about Jim Cornette. And you know what? Jim Cornette has some outdated opinions, but he's completely making Jim Cornette look like
Like Al
he
like Al Joe.
a guy who knows nothing about whatever business he's up to. And then there was like a point where like some guy attacked Jericho and MJF, and they completely blaming it on Cornette, even when Jericho said that's not true. Dave Meltzer, well, he perpetuated this thing because they don't want to believe in outdated wrestling. It's like, please, and like a guy should have like roasted this guy harder than ever. And Dave Meltzer, it's like I don't know why people continue to believe him. And then it's like who's that other guy? He's like one of the people who like ran with the Punk got Colt Cabana out of that company. and like got him to Ring of Honor. And it's like Colt Cabana in like you can just like think about it in 2020. How many times has Colt Cabana wrestled? He showed up with Brody Lee. He was like Brody Lee's like secret favorite pet or something. And then he messed up and he got slapped by Brody Lee. And then he just stopped appearing. And then he's like, when then Brody Lee died, and then he's like their stooge. He wasn't even a part of their big crew. He's just like another guy in that group. And he never wrestled. When Punk was there. He wrestled like 3 times, and one of them was against Brian Danielson when Brian Danielson was like a cool new thing. And that's what I'm like people were actually believing that Punk actually got this guy fired.
Yeah,
And then and then Dave Meltzer was reporting on it, and then he said, "Oh, I feel so guilty for not doing it," only to do it again.
yeah, like
And
bitch.
and then you like I think when Colt Cabana returned, you said it's like a screw you to Punk, and it was. It was a fuck you to Punk, and it was probably Jericho's idea to do it. And like Dave Meltzer said, well, because Punk's gone and he's back now, that proves Punk got Colt Cabana fired. I'm like, bitch, are you serious?
Yeah,
If
what
that
the fuck?
if that was the case, why didn't Colt Cabana appear sooner? Because Punk was injured and gone for a long time. Why couldn't Colt Cabana appear longer, and why isn't he appearing now? And Dave Meltzer is still perpetuating this thing of Punk got Colt Cabana fired and Punk's lying. And then it's like even Tony Khan even said twice that he didn't do it. So he's calling Tony Khan a liar by extension. And that fourth thing, and that is like the whole media scrum thing. Punk was unprofessional throughout that media scrum, I agree. But it wasn't something that was not understandable. A guy was like constantly harassed and was lied about by these people who think that he got Colt Cabana fired. He finally had enough. And then people went into business and they'd probably do their whisper campaign. A guy can have enough and just like does their entire thing, especially when he's confronted by those people. Not saying it's correct. If Punk just basically kept his entire rant to Colt Cabana, I would have understand, but he just went other people, and yeah, like that's not right. He shouldn't have hit those guys. I also agree to that. But on the other hand, EVP shouldn't have stormed into his ring. And these people are basically perpetuating this lie that, oh, well, he did it and just like barged into his locker room. They just like very nicely come along with the head of legal, I think with the head of talent or something. And I'm like, if that was the case, just why couldn't the EVP just like let the head of legal talk to Punk about his action? Or better yet, why can't any of them wait some days when you like so think of like I want you to ask this not to maybe I'm just like out of the loop here. I challenge you to a fight. You come at me with a group. I'm not going to punch you back.
Y-
Why
Uh,
would
Yeah,
like no, you would definitely punch them back. I mean, if you're gonna, I mean, for self defense purposes, you're gonna punch them back. Yeah.
yeah, you got fucking bad. You got fucking bad.
you coming at me and you coming at me and group after I challenge you to a fight? I'm not going to punch you. Another thing, if you really didn't think it would have like if you like those people basically showed up to fight and they got their ass kicked by an injured guy who had a terrible UFC career, and that's embarrassing. They're the only people to get beat by Punk. Yeah, but I want to say this: they tried. Dave Meltzer basically did this whole thing of like up this elite defense to Dante must die. He's saying, oh, they just nicely, very gently walked in and they got punched in the face by unprovoked by this guy, and they got the head of legal in there who couldn't just show up there alone or tell those people to back off. I'll talk to him alone. Or they couldn't wait for Tony. They couldn't wait for a few days. They just like gently walked in. They got punched in the face, and Kenny Omega basically got his like saved his dog, and then A Steel for no reason bit his hand. And if you, I think there was like a picture of Kenny Omega hand, and if
Yeah,
you see the bite mark, you wouldn't get that bite mark if you didn't put him in a headlock. And Dave Mills is saying, "Oh, that's not true. That's not true." Then and they talked about how Punk is going to leave and they're voting Punk off the island and nobody likes Punk and everyone hates Punk. There is a locker room cancer. And And then like when there's like a conflicting report that said that you know what, AEW never reached out to Punk. Dave Meltzer said, "Oh, it's bullshit. It's bullshit. I didn't. It means nothing. Dave Punk is lying." And then he said that Punk's story is the only thing that's coming out. I said no, because there's no key witness being introduced. You're making a bullshit and you're basically defending Elite. It's obvious to everyone. But they saying that the story has changed. Okay.
Yeah.
And and the I'll get to the while I'm on that, I'm going to get to the internal investigation a bit. But then there's the fact that what do you call it? Dave Meltzer said something about uh, Punk being like a psychopath and like head of legal is telling him to stop. And it's like the head of legal, who's like the vice president of the company, is screaming and begging evil psychopath Punk to stop instead of being like, hey, knock this shit out or I'll fire you. And why does it take a month long of investigation for a 5 minute incident? It's like a 5 minute incident. It didn't happen that long. Why is it taking so long for them to do it? It's not that hard and it's not that long, but they're still taking so much time. And who's doing the investigation? And the better question is, like A Steel's wife was like one of the key witnesses. They didn't ask her a single thing. So why is this happening?
Yeah. They asked her to jet shit.
They said, oh, her opinion is like irrelevant. No, she's the one who saw it.
Yeah, so all of it.
But since it won't match up with Elite's point of view where they're the innocent people, that's not going to happen.
Yep.
And luckily, Chris Jericho, he's not even fucking involved in this. But they're making it out like Chris Jericho put on a Superman suit and told Punk, hey, you're locker room cancer. And Punk's like, oh, please put on your way, Jericho. Please mind your own business. Like, are you kidding me?
Don't give up my hurry.
And this is where like Jericho is like really coming across as Hulk Hogan. He's involving himself and making a hero out of himself in situations that has nothing to do with him. And that is where I'm like, this whole thing of Jericho being this nice and humble guy needs to fucking stop. And it's him, and it's like a bunch of these people who are poking Punk. And and then they said, well, Hangman Page didn't even do anything that bad. Hangman Page, what do you call it, went into business for himself. And people can say it's not, well, like he said something that's not like that. He basically double crossed the guy. You telling me he wouldn't basically double cross him when he's diving out of top rope? Like how big he is, you wouldn't think he's going to not try to hurt Punk then? Or the fact that he double crossed the guy, he broke that trust. And it's not even that, it's more the fact that he's insinuating the fact that Punk got Colt Cabana fired, which is the thing that started all of this. So AEW has this thing of what do you call it? Like so instead of just like pointing the fingers at Tony's lack of leadership, because a lot of this started because Tony is not willing to put his foot down, not to Punk, not to Hangman, not to Elite, and say, hey, stop this. He's getting mad at Punk and making a villain out of Punk, who, even though was unprofessional, was not the only guilty one out there.
Yeah.
CM Punk should have hit the Elite, but Elite shouldn't have barged in either. And if they're going to be back, then Punk should be back. This whole thing of he's the villain and AVPs are innocent, please, this is just so ridiculous. And the fact that nobody sees this is just so stupid. And I'm like really losing. And then they said like AEW won't be existing without Elite. They're drawing like 800,000 people. Punk drew 1 million every time. Even when they're like returning out of this big controversy, EVPs were not even drawing 1 million. They were 800,000 to 900,000. And even that was because of Jericho and something else. How the fuck is this group that is the center of controversy can't even get 1 million?
Yeah.
They're so over. And the fact that, and that would be like my last thing I'll say, you looking at CM Punk, and I'm not saying he's not going to be back, but what if he doesn't come back, even if you buy his contract out? Even if you buy his contract out, wouldn't the guy just like sue EVPs? And that would get them in a whole lot of trouble because they would have to pay a shitload of money. Tony won't help them. And if Punk leaves, he's going to be leaving with a lot of money that he didn't earn. And if Punk gets fired, he's going to open himself to a lawsuit where he's going to win because Tony just fired an injured guy. And again, Punk's taking this a lot lightly than we're making it out to be because they're acting like Punk is angry and he's losing his mind over this. But EVPs are the ones who are constantly taking shots at him, while Punk is making jokes of this entire thing. So what does that say about them? It's so unprofessional when they did that, when they brought Colt Cabana back. Like so he and you know what? I've always like shit on Colt Cabana. I think he's a pawn to all this. But Colt Cabana is like, how does it feel for this guy to be used as a shot to CM Punk? His entire career existence is simply because he's associated with Punk. And then he's back as a fuck you to Punk. He's never been back again, and nobody's going to question that. And Dave Meltzer, who's saying that this proves CM Punk is this, a good journalist, if he gets reported lies, he would just like stop trusting that source. And that just tells me Dave Meltzer has no source. Dave Meltzer's source is Dave Meltzer. Because if he was wrong, he would have admitted to it. He wouldn't have taken that story from that source like a good journalist. But he's not doing it because he's in the EVP side.
Yeah. Yeah.
What has he done to help this is that he's not getting anything from the EVPs when they're the ones who start this entire Whisper campaign? It happened with Cody. It's now happening with Punk.
Yeah.
And it's not just him. It's John Ross Sapp too. The fucking guy was like saying that I was not wrong about Cole Cabana being wrong. Look at him, he's back. He's not back since he didn't come back beforehand or afterwards. And they're chanting Cole Cabana and he's still not coming back because Cole Cabana is a shot to CM Punk. And they're weaponizing Cole Cabana and to a point where I'm starting to feel bad for him because he shouldn't be there to be a shot at one of his guys. Young Bucks and the Kenny, like not even Kenny that much, but yeah, Young Bucks and Kenny, they need to fucking stop with this bullshit. And then Kenny's basically back and doing this like douchebag promo with Will Ospreay. Like, bitch, you're a babyface here. And that how much will that sell? And AEW is just like this unprofessional. They're just doing this pettiness thing. And the only people I'm starting to get real mad at is Jericho, first and foremost, and the EVPs and Kenny. None of these people have enough sense that they're going to fuck over Tony. They've already fucked over Tony enough with the whole bad press that they got. But they're continuing to fuck over Tony, and then because they're fucking petty as hell. And Dave Meltzer's fucking dumb, and he should fucking retire, or like the fact that people still believe him makes me really hate the wrestling community because he's no person with a brain would listen to him and think that anything he's saying is true. But everyone's continuing to believe it, and they're still giving importance to his five stuff. I don't know. He's fuck Dave Meltzer. That's all I wanted to say. I was going to go on a longer rant, but I'm trying to keep it as short as possible.
Yeah, if you keep going on the longer rant, Dave Meltzer will basically get on Twitter and come after you as well. He'll block you probably. I don't know. He's gonna get salty with it. But yeah, guys, I think we're near the end of the whole podcast, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say he already blocked me. I said nobody's over except Kenny and Buck, and he blocked me or something.
That little bitch.
Oh, okay. So that's why you're kind of ranting about. I got it. No worries. Hopefully he
No,
hears you. What?
it it's months in the making because I was like seeing these all these stupid people out of this stupid shit, and it's coming from Twitter. Surprise, surprise. And I was like ready to let that off my screen. But yeah,
Yeah. It's. I mean, this is why I like a podcast, right? It allows you to discuss things that you dislike and like, and you can just vent about it, and then after that, you move on. Um, although you're not gonna move on from Dave Meltzer, he's still around. He's watching you.
Oh,
Um,
he
It,
watched you. He watched
hey,
you.
so is it okay if I do my plug-in?
yeah, sure, sure.
All right, cool. As you guys know, I'm Shazaster Man, aka Shaz, not Shazast. I've been streaming the Pokemon game, the new one that came out, Pokemon Scarlet, on a weekly basis. I'm going to be streaming that game again on Wednesday and Thursday. You can check me out on my YouTube channel. I'm going to be more active on it now. I'm also going to be doing my own podcast over there as well. Basically, they're going to be related to gaming and other stuff I'm into. But I usually do live streams, and I'm slowly going to be making smaller videos as well as I go along. But I'm planning on grinding YouTube, so feel free to check me out on my YouTube channel. That's going to be linked below.
Yeah.
You already know me. If Faye, oh,
If you want
uh,
to see
Faye,
Titi, Waifu, go look at Faye Okami's channel. You'll see a lot of big titty black waifu.
it's tan. It,
That's why.
I VTuber, and I didn't start about do a viewing again.
But when we will get the podcast, we will never know. I guess I'll have to be the one to do podcasts from now on. Anyway,
I also want to give a special thank you to Bairer here. I'm not going to call out him the full name because it's weird. Uh,
December. I get new porter.
Yeah, I'm going to say a special thank you to him, and I'm also going to say a special thank you to Wolf for allowing me to be part of this podcast. I enjoyed it. I hope you guys enjoyed it as well. But yeah, go on, Bader.
yeah, I was going to say I was just going to do this like thing. If you like, if you like the stream, leave a like and subscribe for more awesome content. This is Circle Chirp with Masturbator and Dave Mills Sources, and I'll see you later. Good night.
See ya.
It's pretty much a long stream.